Good evening, Good evening, everybody. Airtime, 90 seconds. Airtime, 90 seconds. Ads dropping in 30. Ads dropping in 30 seconds. Good evening. Welcome in. Talking Track is on the air. Yeah, that was gross, wasn't it? My bad. All right, ads dropping. Ads running for pre-roll. Here we go. Hey, Lost In. No, I'm sure somebody's got ads. Angry Lou, the command is ! slap ass. It's not on your screen currently. Oh, crap, I forgot the timer. It's not on your screen currently. But yeah, you can ! slap ass. But I think then you got to choose a user, right? Then you got to choose a user. Slap ass and then somebody's username, I think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. No, I guess not. I guess it's just random. Because I just tried to slap Johnny 5 on the booty. It didn't go. Instead apparently I spanked Moobot. Oh yeah. No, I mean I do have you muted because we're getting ready to start a show. But I mean, if you want to talk and fluffer, hi Tarpy. How you doing?
I was gonna say it's random. I didn't set it so that you could.
Oh, why not?
A particular person's
What if I want to slap a particular ass?
I can change it.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you back on mute. This Nightbot character is annoying me. I don't know who they are.
Oh, okay.
Got to get rid of them.
Got it.
I don't know. Nightbot's in my chat. It's pissing me off. Yeah, Recursion wants a new command. Slap this particular ass! ! Slap particular ass. Thank you. Wait, how did Dr. Juby get to slap me on the ass? He got me. Dr. Juby got me. All right. Evening, everybody. Welcome in. Airtime, 3 minutes. Ads finish in 20 seconds. We're gonna get going tonight. Hey, Spock. Whoa, Spock's on a 190 stream streak. Well, guess who didn't get screwed up in San Diego? I actually lost in. That is 1,000%. That's what we're doing tonight. You want to go ahead and go to stream? Oh, hold on. I haven't turned on any of my lights yet. If I turn the camera on right now, it's gonna look awful. Can't do that. You want to see me without my face on? Oh, look how pale and gross. Oh, the light. Oh. I can't with the light. Make it dark. Make it dark. It's better now. Silvertap says stream streak 4. Got to rebuild. Yep, that's what we're working on here. Good evening, everybody. Welcome into the show. How are you? Welcome. We are going to record a podcast tonight. Lost In says he wants 3 minutes of sound alerts. You get 12 minutes of absolute insanity. Ready? On your mark, get set, go. 12 minutes, because then we've got serious stuff that we got to do. All right, that Tarpy, that was even part of the reason that I wanted to start a little bit earlier tonight. I did. Wait, what button isn't on? The sound alerts aren't even on? Who did that?
Nightbot.
Nightbot, you bastard. All right, hang on. I'm fixing it. There you go. Those are on. I know why I turned them off. I turned them off because we were going to do a pod. And then Tarpy was like, listen, you need to let them get their angst out. You need to let them press some buttons for a little bit, and then all right, so I'm going to turn them on so you guys
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Better.
Thank you. There you go. I'm going to turn on all the buttons so you guys can get all of your angst out very quickly. Do you understand the hot took coming out of my mouth? Thank you, Broken Wolf. Already starting a hype train as well.
I will
Thank you.
blow anything you ask me to blow.
That doesn't sound like me. I don't think that was me. Angry Lou said it's going to be a good stream with all this
number one
booty. I am number one. What's going on? Broken Wolf says, who would have thunk it? A new miner? Oh, buddy, you don't even know the half of it. I mean, you'll know half of it at the end of the night.
I'm so positive. I'm full of positive energy.
Is the video breakdown for 3 hours? No. Here's the thing, Tarpy. I only allowed 90 minutes on the video breakdown.
Oopsie.
I know, 90 minutes. That's all. I made a schedule for tonight. There's a schedule. A schedule. Okay? I made a schedule.
DJ.
What?
What is wrong with you?
Nothing. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
And you're going to stick to it, right?
I'm going to try. I only started 8 minutes
10
late.
minutes late.
That
Eight.
pleases me because
No.
I wanted more balls.
Karkin loves balls. Let's focus on that. Let's just focus on that. No, Jace.
okay.
Yay,
There is
fun.
no 6 hours today. There is no 6 hours today.
You said
See,
that the last 3 times.
you know what? And we're not doing it, Tarpy, because look what happened yesterday. Okay? Where's the anal glands? Anyway, back to chat. Check says, thank you, Check. I love your comment.
It really whips the llama's ass.
DJ's taught me well. I paused the video enough times to catch all of the Easter eggs. See, good for you.
Hey, Pud.
There's method to my madness. Lost in. What's up? Lost in, dropping the 550. The big thing.
Danger.
Thank you, Lost in, dropping a 50 bomb and taking us straight through level 5 up to a level, almost to a level 6 right there. Thank you, guys. Lost in with the 50 bomb. Isaac with the 33 months. Resub. He says 90 minutes. I'll be back at 11. No, I can't. It will not be that way tonight. It won't be that way. Jace, thank you for the 34-month resub. Banish Lord. I'm going to change your name, Banish Lord, to
Danger,
Banish.
Will Robinson. Danger.
Banish Nightbot. Thank you. 22 months. Garrett, thank you for the new YouTube subscription over there as well. I appreciate that. J Babes, thank you for your 100 kitty bitties. And Alicia with the 100 kitty bitties as well. Thank
Hey,
you guys.
Pud.
Hey, Puddin', what you doing? Little Danny, thank you for your 100 kitty bitties. And that puts us only just a smidge away from a tier 6 hype train. So this begins the 24-hour stream. No, it does not. It does not. It does not. It does not. Here, we could. Let me see if I can find. I guess I should start logging into Canva at the beginning of our show, shouldn't I?
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good evening, everybody. Welcome in. We've got 168 viewers live in the audience at the moment. The counter up here, for some reason, is not updated. You know, I'm not sure I'm going to keep this. It's the viewer attack overlay is off. Oh, yeah. No, viewer attack's been off for ages, Broken Wolf. Viewer attack is the one we canceled, remember? Viewer attack, I got rid of it like a month ago. Had to axe it. You have one last thing. Just can we do it? It is lagging, Vic.
Give me hugs and kisses.
Oh, see, now it just updated. Now it's right, 146. But it's behind on YouTube too, because over on YouTube now we have 26. What are you gonna do? So that's putting us at 172. Thank you guys. Good evening. Welcome in. We've got stuff to get to. I've got special guests lined up tonight. I've got teaching. I've got news headlines for you, like actual real news headlines. And we're going to break down the new arc, and I'm going to give you all the stuff. All right, both in and out of the video, because who cares? We got all the leaks here tonight, and it is ARC preview night. Tarpy, just as a quick aside, a quick update on the schedule for this coming weekend. There will not be, normally, at least over the last couple of months, I have tried to do an EU-friendly Saturday stream during the day. I'm going to tell you right now, I do not plan on doing that tomorrow. I can, but I feel like we have a lot of work to do in the office. So my plan tomorrow was to work on the cruise stuff. All right, like I have set aside like 6 to 8 hours to work on cruise stuff, and then I'm going to do Studio B tomorrow night. Odysseus says, summarize it. Is it more of the same or is it decent? Let me put it this way, Odysseus. By the time Flashpoint Part 1 rolled out, Flashpoint Part 2 was pretty much already written. So let me put it this way. Like I said, that's all there is to the. Okay? Like that. So, Scopely is not agile. That's a bummer. That's a fair bummer. That's a fair thing to say. Anyway, listen. We're going to talk to you all about it, though. Listen, some of you may like it. Some of you may like it. I'm going to tell you all about it. Schedule. So, Tarpy, I can kind of let the people decide a little bit if you want. I mean, I kind of know what they're going to say, but at the same time, like, I really need to spend some time in the office. All right? I've got 4 months worth of cruise stuff that I need to start to collate if we're going to give away a cruise here in 2 weeks. But I could come out and do an EU-friendly stream tomorrow. We can do a little Star Trek. We could do something else. We could play Schedule 1. I don't know. But I am doing a Studio B tomorrow night. That's for sure going to happen. So, undo. I'm sure that Scopely is wishing they could press that button on Flashpoint Part 1. That being said, Tarpy, we will do a show Sunday evening. Not to mention, too, here's another thing I've got to do in the studio.
It really whips the llama's ass.
Thank you. Get it out of your system, guys. Get it out of your system because, oh my gosh, we only got 30 seconds left on the hype train. We're 2% through level 6, but there's only 30 seconds left. Come on, you guys got to get it out of your system. We got 13 minutes left before I got to start the next segment. Kinky Boot says, I'm in EU. Don't worry about the EU-friendly stream. Well, listen, I love the EU. I would love to do that. Yo, Lost In. He did it. Pow! Thank you, Lost In, for renewing the timer there. We got 4 fresh minutes on a level 7 hype train now. Here's the thing. It's not that I don't want to do it. I totally want to do it, Kinky Boots, but I have all the cruise stuff that we got to start working on. I also have video footage from Comic-Con that I haven't yet finished producing for you guys, so I've got to work on that. So that was going to be my plan for tomorrow. Tarpy, let me ask the voice of reason. What should I do tomorrow?
I was looking up commands for stream elements.
Should we put it up for a poll? I feel like I know what people are going to say, but I do have work to do. So I don't know. Yeah, Lost In wants more streams, but if I stream every day, when am I going to get this other stuff done? I gotta get the cruise stuff ready to give away because we're supposed to give away a cruise in 2 weeks. And then I've got all that video footage from San Diego Comic-Con I got to put together. I could work on some of that stuff Sunday. You know, we're between the arcs and we're doing preview night tonight. What if we do a podcast tonight? What if we do an EU-friendly Saturday, Studio B Saturday night, and then Sunday I take the day off and I just work in the office? Or tomorrow, I do just Studio B, work in the office during the day. Then on Sunday, I'll do an EU-friendly stream and no pod. You guys get to decide. I don't care. I'm flexible. I know I've got office work that I got to get done to you guys. That's right, Danny. I've got obligations to the community, right? Like, it's not even me taking a day off. I got to get office work done for you guys. Logo says, as long as Studio B isn't canceled because you got too busy. Oh, not a chance, man. I am dying to get into the studio. I downloaded so much music today. I am so ready to get back into the studio. I'm so excited. Oh, that's another thing, Tarpy. I've got a whole other computer that I need to build and get ready for tomorrow. Guys, and you know what else? Really, honestly, I need your all's help a little bit, okay? There's a bingo card. There's a bingo game going on. And exclamation point throne. There are 3 items on there that there's actually 4 that I really, really need for Studio B. I'm not trying to like turn this into a pitch or anything, but that's why we've got the throne list and why we kept it on the Google or on the bingo card this month. Tarpy, there's 4 things I desperately need over there. I need the Facecam Pro camera. I've got to have that. And I need those 3 vertical stands because right now I'm struggling with the monitor situation over there. Those vertical stands, I can put a monitor up on them and then I can blow them up. And that way I'll actually be able to see and I'll have 3 monitors. You know how like Skittish and Bus have their studio set up where they've got those monitors? All right, right? And I think Pika has one set up like that too, where like I can see your guys' chat without squinting because I'm old. Okay? I would
Please
really,
don't
really.
actually blow them up, though. I know that's the like figurative term for making an image bigger, but please don't actually explode them when
What?
you say blow them up.
Explode what? What are you talking about?
You just said you wanted 3 monitors and you would blow them up. I'm like,
yes.
no.
I'm gonna. That's why I need 3 because I'm only gonna use 2. The other one I'm gonna blow up. Okay. Here, I'll put it up on screen very quickly. This is the August bingo card. And you've got right here, top row number 1, column 3, fun 4 thrown items. If you do 8, you get a bonus square. All right. But 3 of them are, here, I'll blow it up for you a little bit there. There you go. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, there you go. But 3 of them are the exact same item. Okay, 3 of them are the exact same item. Lost in, thank you so much with another 20. Let's go. And Clark just slapped me on the ass.
Thank you.
Clark.
I fixed that command, by the way.
Clark.
So you have to do / slap particular ass. And then
You did slap particular ass. Clark, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It felt kind of nice.
So then,
I'm
then
not
you
gonna
hit
lie.
at and the username.
Oh, there
if
you
you
go.
just do slap ass, it will be random.
There you go. How do you see the throne room? ! Throne. We'll get you a link to open it up. I can show you the throne list. But yeah, ! Throne will get you in. Game Junior, thank you. Dropping 5. Let's go.
That's my teammate.
So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. 5s, thank you for your resub. Commander Monty, thanks for the resub. Dunkel, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the litter box. Appreciate you. My name's DJ. How you doing? Dude, I didn't even see that. Lost in just did the 20 bomb. The tier 3 20 bomb. Dude. That's a big one.
Wait. How many T3 subs has he done?
He just did the 20 bomb tier 3. Hold on, let me get in here and I gotta find the where's the duplicate? Oh, there it is. Okay, duplicate. He did. Let's see. He did the 20 bomb tier 3.
Goodness.
Where is it? 20 bomb. There it is, right there. There it is. That one right there.
Thank you, Masima.
Tier
Oh my
3
gosh,
20 bomb. Thank you so much. That is crazy, Lost End. Thank you. Then with another 30. Game Junior with 5. Silver Tap dropping 100 bits. Masima, thank you for dropping 5. Man, you guys are going crazy tonight. Thank you. By the way, I updated the bingos here up at the top. Tarpy, this is insane. I added all of the sound alerts.
Mm-hmm. And the stickers, right? Like
and
whatever.
the stickers. I figured out a way to add them all. Tarpy was incessant. She was like, I don't give a damn if you have to go through line by line and get a piece of paper and a pencil and a ruler and just go through it. I want every bit. She was like, I will not rest until every bit is counted.
I'm blanking on when I said all that, but yeah, thank you for doing all that work.
You're welcome. Yeah, that's it right there. That was one stream Lost in. That was one stream. Cruzito, we are doing a pod tonight. I'm doing a little bit of fluff time here tonight. I've got a schedule. We've got timelines, and actually I'm already running about 4 minutes behind schedule. But I do have a schedule, so we're in fluff right now, Cruzito, trying to get everything out of the way. We're going to get the hype out of the way. That's right, Captain Bull. I've got a schedule. We're going to get the hype out of the way. We're going to do the fun stuff. We're going to get some bingo out of the way. And then as soon as I start rolling the podcast, I'm turning everything off, including Tarpy, for the purposes of our teaching elements tonight. We will even be turning off our overlay. All right, everything, all of it. Everything is going away. The only thing that'll be on is me and my pretty face and all your all's voices and a logo down there in the bottom right-hand corner, turning everything off. So Jondrel says, already behind, color me shocked. Yeah, I know, it's fine. Spock, thank you for dropping 5. OG Woody, thank you for dropping 5. Erdar, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that very much. Listen, you guys are well on your way. Tarpy, I don't even know where we started tonight. Probably should have checked that before I started. But I will be able to go back and check it. What I can tell you, though, is that you guys are 60 seconds away. 60 seconds away and only 18 subs away from resetting the clock to get to level 10. Now, here's the deal. Oh, it just happened. Lost in just did another. Lost In just did. That was the wrong
That
one.
pleases me because I wanted more balls.
He did. He loves those balls. Lost In just dropped a tier 3 10 bomb. Here's that one right here. All right. We are well on our way to bingos here. Thank you very much. J-Babes dropping 5. LASIK, thank you for the follow. Spock dropping 5. OG dropping 5. You guys are being absolutely crazy in here tonight. Keith, thank you for the 26-month resub as well. You guys are incredible. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we have apparently one more box.
Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, look here, Tarpy. A dono, exclamation point tip, exclamation point donate. A dono of $250 will get your first bingo here tonight. Lost In says, I waste my money strategically. Now, here's the deal. Guys, I want to be very, very clear. You guys are knocking on the door of something very important right now. There's 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Your 36 subs are 18,000 bits away from finishing level 10. Now, if you finish level 10, that is half of what you need right here. All right, that would be hype train number 1. All right, but if you complete tier 10 hype train twice in the same stream, that's another box. Well, Manxman just got you 5. Thank you, Manxman. Thank you. 3 minutes on the clock, 31 subs away. That would be the first of what you need right here. Now, if you complete tier 12, which is no small task.
Oh my gosh.
What's up,
What was
Mickey?
that?
Mickey just joined. Mickey, thank you. Just joined our membership over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome to the Familia. Engineer, thank you for dropping 5. Thank you so very much. That's awesome. Micah, thank you for the follow. What's up, Master Micah? Appreciate that. Welcome in. 230 people in the live studio audience as well. You guys are incredible. Love you. If we finish level 10, that is the first of 2 tier 10 hype trains that have to be completed inside one stream to get this box right here. Now, if you use your momentum and finish tier 12, then that would be the first out of 5 for the entire month to get this corner box. All right? Because you got to get 5 of them throughout the month to check off that corner box. But corner boxes are very valuable, Tarpy. All right? They can feed up to 4 different bingos. All right? Rubik's, thank you for your 26-month resub. Appreciate that. That's crazy.
What's the 4 corners bingo? That's a special one, right?
The 4 corners bingo is a special one. As a matter of fact, the 4 corners bingo is the Imzadi reading in public. Also, that would be part of X. That would also be part of X marks the spot. It could also be a part of a vertical and a horizontal bingo here. Lost In just dropped Lost In just dropped another 20 tier 3 bomb, giving you guys yet another square. That's this one right here. He did it. And you know what? I don't even know where we started tonight. Where did we start, Tarpy, with the sub?
You were asking
counter?
the wrong person.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? Does anybody know? I can't count this. Okay, yeah, I can. I can count this. Hang on. I got this. 1, 2, 3, 53, 83, 103, 106, 7, 8, 113, 123, 133, 138, 139, 149, what did I just say? 139? I just lost count. I just lost count. Son of a bitch.
Here, I'll do it.
I just lost count. 149. Okay, 149's right here. 169, 170, 171.
Oh thank you, Manxman.
Manxman dropping 1,000 bits. Let's go. I also just lost count again. 149 was right. I think 149 was right here. And then 169, 170, 171. So what I got? Victor says 171.
Yep.
Which means we're knocking on the door of another. Where is that one?
Oopsie.
200 subs. Right. That's a bingo. If we got 29 more subs, that's a bingo. That's your first bingo. And you guys just finished tier 10, which means, you know what? Honestly, stop. Let's be strategic, right? Let's be strategic.
Oh, shut up.
Tarpy.
I literally clicked it and then you were like, stop. I'm like, oh,
Tarpy
shut
thing.
up.
Actually, you know what? No. Here's the deal. No, you know what? I said that wrong. If you guys want to do one of your tier 12 hype trains, then right now is the night. Lawson says we're going to do tier 12 right here. Okay. That would make the most sense. You got the momentum. You're only 6 subs away from finishing 11. Then you only got one more level to do. All right. If you finish 11, then we only got one level to do, and then we stop. But now you're at 176. So we can check this one off, one of the 5. We can check this one off, one of the 2 that we need in the same night. And then we get this one, which would also be your first bingo.
Full of positive energy.
Which means I have to make pasta at home.
6 subs or 2.8k bits.
Lawson just dropped 20. There you go. See? Boom.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Thank you. Lost in.
Wait, so we should also do some marbles before you get going on the actual podcast stuff?
What's marbles for? You're going to have to remind me.
Well, something about like reaching a particular level hype train and giving away packs or.
I forgot that. Yeah, there's a bunch of money to give away now too, isn't there?
Hey, I mean, it's kind of perfect right before the a brand new ship comes out.
Yeah, listen, maybe you guys want to buy this new specialty combat miner so that you can mine Transgen a little slower. You know, maybe that's what you want to do.
Hammy was prophetic.
It'd be fine. Huh? Do what?
Hammy was prophetic.
Hammy, yeah.
That pleases me because I wanted more balls.
See, Karkin wants to play marbles. There we go. Okay, listen, 4 minutes on the clock. We just reset the timer. 4 minutes on the clock. 90 subs, 45,000 bits. This is a big level. All right, but that will finish level 12, and that will take 1 off. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do right now, Tarpy. And then we got to get into the show because we're running a few minutes late. Let me find my counters.
It just makes all the balls slap against each other.
They just slap. Dear. Yeah, not my voice, by the way. Let me see if I can find my counters. And we're just going to go ahead and make a counter here.
I just love the fact that all of these bits that people really are putting into stickers and sound alerts.
If I don't open it, then later I can claim ignorance, right? Yes.
Are getting counted. I still thank you for all that work.
You're very welcome. It was a little bit of work.
It really whips the llama's
but
ass.
It wasn't as bad as I was thinking it was going to be. I mean, it was still kind of terrible, but it wasn't. I didn't have to do it line by line. Okay, so let's see. This one was going to be tier 12 hype trains completed.
That is weird seeing it just like type on your screen.
Sorry, didn't really mean to do that, but
That's fine. Thank you. We got 5 more gifted.
Thank
DJ,
you, Tarpy.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing. Nothing is wrong. Everything is great. Oh God, no! I don't want to do that.
What?
Trying to move. I think I just screwed something up. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's not good.
I'm number 1.
I am number 1 most of the time, and then I do things like this, and then it screws stuff up. All right, so we're just gonna shrink that up there. How's that look? Undo. Let's see.
2 minutes.
It's so small. I can't. Don't.
I am so positive. I'm full of positive energy.
As soon as I said
I was
it.
going to wait and see what you said.
As soon as I said it, I regretted it. Okay. There we go. So we've got that.
I think I
There
fooled
was no
this.
music. There was no music.
I got it.
Where's Infinatia?
Damn it. 90 seconds on the clock. 84 subs away. Thank you, LASIK, for your 5
Wow,
gifted.
big one right there.
Striker
That's
dropping 5
impressively
gifted.
large.
Thank you. Lost in with the 20 gifted. There we go. 84 subs, 42,000 bits. If we're going to finish level 12, 80
If I don't
seconds.
open it, then later I can claim ignorance, right?
80 seconds on the clock. This is a big milestone, guys. This is a big one. By the way, I also, let's see, there was something else I was going to add here.
I will blow anything you ask me to blow.
No, stop. I don't blow any. I just can't. Wait, that's not even the right one. Which one is this one? Oh, okay. No, hold on. Got that. Now, if I unlock this, and then now I can move this whole thing.
My goodness. Aww.
Okay, got that.
I'm in here. That is incredibly kind. Thank you.
Engineer. Oh my God, dude. Engineer just dropped 10,000 bits. Thank you. That is incredible. Anubis with the 35 months. Broken Wolf with the 5 gifted. Plugster with the 10 gifted. Guys, 30 seconds on the clock. 47 subs. 23,000 bits. You are so close. This could be the first one of the night. We've got to knock it out right here. You're this close. 20 seconds. Oh, shit. 15 seconds. Come on. Juby says, don't do it. No, you're so close. God, you've got to get this one checked off.
Shut up, Juby.
You've got to get this one checked off.
Juby.
Danny dropped 400 kitty bitties. 3 seconds. Son of a bitch, we didn't make it. No. No. No way. Oh my God. We were so close. Oh God.
How many subs were we off?
49 subs. Oh man. Oh,
No, thank you, everyone. By the way,
thank you. No,
thank you.
First of all, that was crazy awesome. I'm sad that we didn't get that first tick mark. All that momentum. We were only 50 subs away from getting that first one for the night or for the month. Oh, damn. Well, hey, you know what? We did get to level 10. We did get to level 10. Mr. Micah says close enough for government work. Just count it.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
They were super, super close. And they were super close.
We did
right?
get another box here too, right here.
Yeah. Getting to tier 12, but then getting through it. So getting to the next one gets another $100 pack. If people do, it was 50 subs you said, just about?
I think it was 47.
Okay, so if people do the 47 subs in the next 5 minutes, would you still grant them the tier 12 hype train?
Yeah. Yeah, I would. I'll tell you what, because I feel so bad that we got so close. We got so close. Harpy.
What?
I want it to count. Yes, if that happens in the next couple of minutes, we'll do it. We did definitely do this one. So if we do another level 10 later in the night, which level 10 is not quite as bad as level 12.
Okay, so
Hey, Broken Wolf, thank you for dropping 5. Jess Insanity, thank you for your bits. Madrox, thank you for your bits. Danny, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So yeah, we definitely got this one. So if we do a level 10 later tonight, then that gets this box also. Tin Man, thank you for 5. Oh, well, now that's only 37. 37. Yeah, Micah. 37. I'm not even going to put up a timer. I know you guys are going to hit it. Kira Marin, thank you for dropping 5. 32.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is how we get off schedule. No, it's fine. I'm not running super late. I did allow a little bit of fluffer time. It's okay. Wristbreaker says moving goalposts. I didn't move a goalpost. If anything, I'm moving it up. I feel bad.
I feel like this is the good kind of moving goalposts because we only have to do.
That is true. I mean, I'm not moving it further away. Yeah, moving it closer. I'm giving redemption time. I reset the timer. Essentially, that's what we're doing, right? We just reset another 4-minute timer. It was like one timer mulligan. J-Babes dropping 5. Thank you. 27. What happens if we get a blackout bingo? Savage Darkness, if we get blackout, then I am going to produce. I'm going to travel, record, invite other creators, and produce the first ever Creator Iron Chef cooking competition in Hawaii. In Hawaii. All right. Yes, this is turning into something much larger than what it was ever planned to be. But it's taking on a life of its own. Massimo, thank you for your 5 gifted. J-Babe's dropping 5 gifted. Thank you.
Oh
I've
my
lost count.
gosh.
Mike, what is that, Micah? You're counting for me. 22? 22.
Oh, 17 after that?
Oh, is it 17? Micah and Enterprise are both
It was
counting in the
10,
chat.
right?
I don't know. I've lost count. Forgotten
Oh,
Sex
no,
says,
they're right.
is it going to be a Star Trek theme, Iron Chef? Listen, Micah says
22.
it is 22. We're gonna theme it however you guys want. Sniper just did 20. That's 2. That's 2 away. That's only 2 away. Thank you, guys. Enterprise says 2.
If
only
you're
2.
gonna do it, call it, and then.
Oh.
Okay, didn't we get a dono as well? Did you count that box already?
No, we have
Or no?
not. We have not received a donut.
Okay. I saw somebody else say we had another box, but I don't.
There it is. Thad, thank you for your 5.
Thad.
Boom, we got it.
And
All right,
here's
there's one.
And Plugster. Oh my goodness.
All right, now stop it.
-13.
Stop it now. Stop everything. Plugster, thank you. Pierced one, thank you. Thad, thank you, guys. You guys are incredible. Thank you so very much. Almost 300 people in the live studio audience as well. And now, Tarpy, you know what that does? That is now going to get us our first. I can't even see which way I'm looking. Right here. Tier 12 hype train completed. That is going to be this number, I hope. Nope.
Yep.
This button, I hope. It's freaking mirrored. Are you kidding me right now? What? Can I just leave it that way? Is that fine? Can I just
All right.
leave?
Ryder, whose ass did you slap this time?
Can I just leave it mirrored? I'm going to leave it. Yeah. I don't know how that happened. I'm just going to leave it right there.
This is the SMW arc, not the mirror arc.
Oh, Jiminy Christmas. There was the other element that I was going to add here, which I don't know if I've got. We can do it real fast. I meant, you know what? I actually forgot about this earlier tonight, Tarpy. I was going to add this one.
How many streams is that, by the way?
5. Can you not see it? It still says 5 bonus
No,
streams.
no, no. How many? No, not streams. Subs. Sorry.
Oh, more than
'Cause it was-
more than 200, but I already did that box. Here, we did this one right here. See, 200 subs in a single stream, number 2. We've only been on 2 streams. We did it both nights. Yeah, so that's. Oh, you guys
It's
can't
August
see.
1st.
Sorry, you guys can't see. Yeah, this one right here. So I already filled that one in. So we have a bingo here, which is fantastic, which means we've got the pasta making at home. All right, we've got pasta making at home, which is incredible. You guys will have an opportunity tomorrow night for potentially 2 extra boxes, which is here, completing Tier 10 Hype Train on Studio B and completing Tier 10 Hype Train on Studio B number 2. So we could do one tomorrow or both, or we can split those up, on 2 different nights. But we do have Tier 10 Hype Trains on Studio B, and that will also fill out a box there as well. Now, Tarpy, the one other thing, let's see. The one other thing that I wanted to try to take a look at super quick was this other counter, and then we're going to get into the podcast, Cruzito. Why does your screen says Tier 12 Hype Train completed? It's a counter. So look right underneath it, Tabby Mose. It's a mirror 1. Tier 12, because we need 5 of them.
Hey, Puddin'.
All right, if you look over here, we've got to complete Tier 12 Hype Trains 5 times throughout the month in order to check this box. So this right over here is our counter that says that we've now done 1. All right, we've done 1 of those throughout the month. We only need 4 more now. Okay, and I am going to play marbles here. Let's see. So, Tarpy, we did hit level 10, hit level 11, hit level 12. So that's $300 in packs, right? No, finish.
Well, yeah.
Technically finished 12. So we should give away $400, right?
Uh-huh.
I'll give away another $100. I mean, I'm fine. I'm good with that. You guys finished level 12. You guys made it happen. So I'm good. I'm good fulfilling the level 12 obligations. All right, give me a second. I'm going to get marbles up. We'll get you guys entered. And then we got to start the podcast. You know, crazy enough, I'm only running 24 minutes behind right now.
Out for another $100 tonight.
So, I mean, I feel like I'm still not terrible. I'm only running 24 minutes behind.
We still have that hard out, or
Oh, yeah.
what?
Yes.
Okay.
There is a hard out.
You're the best. Give me a hug.
Hard out.
You
Okay?
said that before.
Yes, and I mean it. There's a hard out. Cutting it off.
Okay, so Zoidberg, if you are looking to slap a particular ass, You have to do slap particular ass and then the person's username.
Slap particular ass. All right, exclamation point play. You guys can come on in. Exclamation point play. Get your marble on the board. Now, while you guys are doing that, I wanted to add one more counter, Tarpy, which was going to be...
Number of times you've had to sit down and be wrong?
Well, that was rude. No.
What? That's not rude.
No. That one was going to be for merch giveaways.
You can't count that high. You're welcome, Recursion. Happy to add that if it creates some fun.
Ooh, that's big. All right. So where are we going to put this?
That is
God,
not what
my
she said.
my counters look awful. Like, this is super unprofessional.
Clean your kitchen, man.
Okay.
Got to be a space, Tin Man, between the S
I don't
and the
know what's
S.
happening here. Okay, we're going to move this guy. We'll move this guy over here. And this guy. Sure, we're going to do something like that. Does that look like roughly the same size? No, we're going to make it all
No.
catty corner and weird off center. Oh, this is just absolutely terrible. Can somebody please teach me how to do proper design?
We need Griffin back when he is back.
Yeah. This is awful. Okay, we're going to
Kind of.
we'll do that. Ah! Okay, hold on. We'll do this little number right here, and then I'm just going to shrink it down. Oh God, that's worse. Can somebody? Okay, are we going to make that one?
What?
Ah!
Why did you flip it?
I
How
didn't
did you
mean to.
flip it?
I didn't mean to flip it. I was just trying to. I can't because it's, you know what? Maybe if I put this on a larger monitor, it'll give me more space to work with. That was brilliant of me. It's still too big. That looks terrible. That looks awful. But you know what? Whatever. We're going to stick with that for now. Okay? We're just going to go with that. That looks horrible, but it's the best I can do on short notice. You guys can't even see it. Here, let me go to that. See, now you can see how horrible that looks. All right, with the proper background. Maybe, can I turn them off? Let me turn them off. See if I can turn them off and turn them. There we go. Okay, well. That looks absolutely ridiculous. Why do people enjoy this unproduced lack of professionalism? That's absolutely mind-blowing. Okay, exclamation point play. Here's what we're going to do. Scud, I love your idea. Tarpy, we're giving away $400. $400 right now. And we also know that the brand new Serene Squall is going to be available in just a few days for sale. What I will tell you is, having seen what I've seen, you will enjoy the month a great deal more if you have this ship, especially if you win it for free off Talking Trek. We're going to give away 4 packs. Okay? Going to give away 4 packs right now. The top 3 players will each win a pack, but the last place finisher, if you get thrown off the track, you still die. But the last place finisher will win the 4th and final ship. Is that how we want to do it? Maram, unfortunately, sadly, YouTube is not integrated with marbles. So if you want to play a game of marbles, I'm going to have to pop you over to Twitch just for a minute. Okay? I'm going to pop you over to Twitch just for a second. Come on over. Somebody provide the Twitch link to Marin over there in the YouTube chat, please. All right? You can certainly go back to YouTube as soon as you're done. All right? We know that YouTube is sometimes a little bit more enjoyable of a platform for some people. but it doesn't integrate with our on-screen game. If I don't open it, then later I can claim ignorance, right? I am not ignorant, but thank you, Master Viper, for your 31-month resub. So we're going to get Marin to hop on over here. Greg, same for you. I've got to get you popped over here super quick if you guys want to play a game of marbles, because YouTube is lame and doesn't integrate. All right? So we'll give you what?
What is wrong with you?
Nothing. It's not my fault. YouTube doesn't like to play with Twitch. I almost said something terrible. I'm number one. Thank you, Jeff.
Hi, Ultra.
That would have been really bad. Gen X, thank you for that link. I'm going to pop that over. Here you guys go. Greg, Maram, if you guys would like to play, hop on over real quick. I'll give you about a minute or two so you can create an account if you want to, okay? We'll get everybody in. We've got 183 balls on the board, which is great. That's fantastic. And we'll give you just a moment. Hey, Ultra, what's going on? How you doing, Ultra Vetica?
Who really whips the llama's ass?
Tarpy added a new command in here tonight, Ultra. It's called slap particular ass. And if you slap a particular ass, then you get to choose a name, and then you get to slap that person on an ass. On an ass. On
I made
their ass.
I even made a pin for how to type it.
Jedi, how are you doing? Matt, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for your first time chats. We're going to go 30 more seconds. Hopefully Greg and Maram have had a chance to come on over and join us on Twitch. And then we'll get the game of marbles underway. What we are doing is giving away $400 in STFC packs. Maybe you want the new Serene Squall. We're going to talk about that tonight and see if it's something that you guys are interested in obtaining. But if you decide that that's not what you want, then you've got $100 worth of STFC credit to spend on whatever it is that you would like in the upcoming arc. Top three finishers. Top three finishers are going to win a $100 pack. Last place completion. Last place finisher will also win a free pack. Now, if you get knocked off the board or if you don't finish the race, doesn't count. But the last place finisher will also receive one pack. Tarpy, are we ready to play?
I hope so.
All right. Let's see if we can get anybody else in here. 10 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Exclamation point play. Last chance to enter.
I think
3,
somebody asked for a
2,
VIP.
1. And they have dropped 194.
Yeah.
We'll do VIP here in just a moment. 194 balls on the board. And they are off. Waiting for the first one to make its way down the drain. Who's going to be the first to make their way on down? And there's 5. He's the first out. Here we go. Down the chute into the first set of speed bumps. He's making great time. Working his way through there. There goes your way on the right-hand side of the track, but now has the same set of speed bumps to fight as we did over on the left-hand side, but your way navigated that very, very well. Hit the speed boost. It is now all the way through, but getting held up. There goes Odysseus. Odysseus is off the track. Odysseus is off the track. JetX off the track. Keith off the track. Oh, no. Leon off the track. Who's going to make it? Enterprise is still on the track. There goes Evil Smurf and Alex. They have made it through all the launch pads. There goes Johnny 5. Enterprise 1701. Evil Smurf has fallen into the bucket. He wins a pack. There comes Johnny 5. Johnny 5 winning a pack. And Enterprise winning a pack. They're your top 3. Woo. Now, who is going to be the last to finish without actually dying? Let's take a look all the way in the back. We see Max Borg back here, but now don't forget, there is a wave of fire. Do you see this? This wave of fire is coming. And if Max Borg doesn't finish the race before the line of fire hits him, he will lose. Wolfwood is next to last, but is significantly farther along. Max Borg fighting to stay ahead of the fire line. There's Wolfwood and Forgotten Sect near the end. Max is going to have to speed it up. Wolfwood Wolfwood and Max are going to get caught by the line of fire. There they go. Oh, and the race is over. Who actually finished last? We have no idea. We have no idea. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at our standings here. Congratulations to Evil Smurf, Johnny 5, and Enterprise 1701. Our last place finisher. Our last place finisher was SWS 793. Congratulations to ya. Whoop, whoop.
You did good, Enterprise.
Daggone. Nice job. Very much. Wolfwood is like, no. Dr. Juby says, keep on sucking, Wolfwood. There you go. Hey, thank you. Everybody give SWS a nice slap on the ass there, okay? There you go. All right, I'm going to take screenshots here very quickly. Matters, that was brilliant.
What do they need to DM you?
They need to DM me over on Discord. You need to DM me your player ID and your ops level. And if you know that you want to go ahead and take the Serene Squall unlock pack, you can go ahead and tell me that. But if you want to wait to see what other packs are available, then you can do that as well.
You should probably just take the ship.
Well, I mean, that is the feature of the month, if you're into that sort of thing. All right. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you guys so very, very much. There is marbles, everybody. $400 given away to the community by the community. So thank you guys so very much. I appreciate that. You guys are incredible. Taking one last peek at our bingo card before we get ready to go. You guys did indeed get one check off of this tier 12, and you can see that right here with the backwards one right here. And let's see, on merch giveaways, we've actually done 2 of those. I'm going to update that counter right there. SVO 1990 Mustang, thank you for the follow. Jedi Bowers, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. My name is UltimatDJz. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. Appreciate you guys all being here. Tarpy, if you don't care, I'm going to get you to DM me a timestamp marker at exactly 57 minutes, which is where we will begin our podcast here this evening. Thank you guys also very much for being here. Alerts are now off, so please save your bits or whatever, your channel points, all that stuff that you were going to do. We ask you to save all those, as they will not fire as we are here on the podcast. And we've got stuff to talk about here tonight. Let's go, Juby. He says, oh my God, it's a pod. It is indeed a pod. We're really excited to have you guys all here tonight. Now, one of the things that we are going to do is we're going to step into the Talking Trek laboratory. There's been a lot of research, a lot of people hard at work this past week. And to kind of get those folks started, we are going to go to the captain, if you will, of our Talking Trek laboratory. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, the infamous Jules Verne is here. What's going on? How you doing, Jules? Good evening.
From the Science News Desk, it's Jules Verne. I'll just give myself my own intro.
Oh, there you go.
I prepared several news topics, all from this month's work in the lab, and I kind of want to just bullet point them as we would a normal news bulletin. If you don't mind going into the circle, I have several images arranged by the story for you to kind of pull up as we talk through it.
Fantastic.
So the first thing I will mention is a new bug that we found this month. What this is if you acquire a new officer and you actually unlock them because of efficiency. So this month we had Strange New Worlds Scotty and we had Strange New Worlds T'Chuk. Getting both of those because of efficiency. So you get it at the barrier that your efficiency allows you to acquire these officers, but before you naturally would have acquired these officers, a bug has been introduced into the game, which does not allow you to slot that onto a ship. That's pretty useless. So there is a couple ways around it. You have to trick the system and be like, no, I really do have this many shards and I really do have this efficiency. Trick number 1, just go into your officers tab. By doing that, it recalculates all of your efficiencies and all of your shards, and then you're good for the rest of that session. And then there's number 2, which is acquire another shard or doing anything else that affects that officer. So that's the first bug. Officer efficiency, great, still useful, still can unlock it earlier. Just go into officer tabs, go back. It's a known bug. Second thing, the Hurok and the Sullivan ship abilities. So these are our new hostiles. There are several images. I don't care which one you click. These are our new hostiles, and they have a couple of ship abilities listed. One of them is Apex Barrier, and one of them is Isolate Damage. They're both wrong because there actually is greater than what you see here. The Apex Barrier is higher, the Isolatic Damage is higher. We've been able to calculate the Isolatic Damage and some of the Isolatic Defense on these hostiles and included it in our Transigen loop chart. Just wanted to warn you of that. Additionally, they have a higher piercing than they should normally have, which means that your Moreau, there we go. Your Moreau won't give you maximum mitigation anymore. They also have a higher mitigation value, and they also have a new thing, which leads us to our next bug. This is so please clean up the clean chart first. Min-max of enemy mitigation. Pop quiz for anybody. What is the maximum mitigation that any hostile can have?
71.2.
Correct until July of 2025. So here is the new thing. These new hostiles actually have another secret value that has been introduced into the mitigation formula. That mitigation formula is no longer as simple as what we know it to be with a minimum and maximum. It actually has a changing value. So this is a big shout out to Pseudo and Quirky Zombie who have figured out these values. And I think Magoo also played a big role in this. But let's go to the second chart. The second chart here shows you where those hostiles actually fit. And as you can see, it's a sliding scale. So 52 is an 18% special mitigation value. When you factor that into the actual previous mitigation value, you're going to find that the minimum enemy mitigation that the enemy can have is going to be around 30% instead of around 18%, meaning there's like a limit to how much you can really pierce them. Now, right now in the game, we're spewing out a lot more isolatic damage overall. So our standard damage isn't really isn't being affected by their mitigation as much. We're still giving them so much more isolatic damage than we are standard damage. So this has less of an importance, but it is a new thing that is in the game now. Mitigation, no longer fixed min-max, is changing. Moving on to the next one. This is just a cute thing for the G6 Epic ships. There is a bug that will display a weapon charge as an actual shot. This Crenshaw, 0 damage. And somehow I depleted its shield. Both of those are bugs. Those are just visual bugs, but it happens on every single G6 ship. In round 1, there is a weapon charge that will show up as an actual attack. No idea why. Moving on to the next one, broken ship abilities. So this concerns not only hostiles. So in this case, we're looking at a Klingon bird of prey. This one increases its own piercing by a certain percentage. This is broken. It doesn't work at all. But more importantly, a player ship that you can have, the next image please, is your Quiv Som Pek. That one, it has a ship ability that decreases the hostiles' piercing. This one also doesn't work. And of course, we already know about shield regen, the one that is from the Cerritos, shield recycling. That doesn't work. And I believe there's a hostile ability that also has a shield regen ability. That also does not work. So fun facts, we kind of figured this out, did a lot of testing, and figured these two things don't work anymore. Okay, the last news story for you. This will not come as any shock, but we have a new thing that's affecting station attacks. Currently, our theory is that Janeway's Pocket Watch is activating for every ship that's in a base defense, or for every ship that is firing a state or is activating a state against the attacker. We don't know exactly what's causing it, but it isn't just straight 40%. It is a lot more than 40% reduction in your isolated damage. If you are attacking a base that has several ships there, you are going to see your ISO damage drop by a lot. What does that affect? Well, that could affect what kind of crewing you're using. Maybe you're not going to focus so much on ISO damage when the base has a lot of ships in its dock. And that wraps up our quick cap of from the Science Desk, our news roundup.
Thank you very much, Jules. And for everybody, Quirky Zombie, Muffins, Pseudo, Magoo, Quazel, and the rest of the Talking Trek Lab team, thank you guys so very much for this special report on bugs that exist within the game. We'll be publishing this on our YouTube, so leave your questions, comments down below, and we will try to seek some comment from Scopely and get this reported as far as the bugs that need to be fixed and escalated so that that report can go right in to the shredder. My name is UltimatDJz. Thank you. Subscribe, like the channel, share with your team so that they can know what doesn't work, and we'll be back with more right after this. With that, guys, and again, this is part of where we run low on time. For those of you in the podcast audience, I do want to circle back and spend just an extra minute or two on this, okay? We are shooting and actually consciously trying to shoot multiple forms of content whenever we do a live with you guys, whether it's in YouTube, whether it's here on Twitch, if we're on podcast. So do bear with me a little bit. But Jules, I would like to circle around, spend an extra 2 to 3 months, okay? Spend an extra 2 to 3 minutes rather on a couple of these bugs, okay? Mainly for the podcast audience. Who might not have been able to see some of the graphical things that you were pointing out. I am going to throw these into the graphics room. I'd like to come back first to this one. Regarding the Suliban transports, you had mentioned that these two abilities, the increasing apex barrier by 500 at the start of combat, what is this number? How long does that go?
We don't know. We haven't tested it thoroughly, but we just know that these values aren't correct. When we try to calculate what a 500 apex barrier would be for a level 68 Suliban, it's not adding up properly. We do know we have been able to calculate the isolated damage. It's a little bit easier for us to calculate and reverse engineer. And we do have charted that based on what we can observe.
Inside the Talking Trek graphics room, the timestamp is 9:17 p.m. Eastern Time. At 9:17 p.m. Eastern Time, we're going to start throwing some of these in, and these are the abilities that we're talking about. The other one being increasing isolytic damage, as Jules just mentioned. Inside the chart, what specifically are we looking at here? Because I can see this chart that you posted up here, and we'll throw this in the graphics room as well. Is this chart actually accurate in the amount of isolytic offense that these things are pointing out here on the bottom left-hand corner?
Correct. So if we just look at the 68, which is in the system crayon. Anyways, it
green
says
colored
500% increased isolytic damage when in fact we're observing 1,425% isolytic damage, a threefold increase from its tooltip. We do not know why it's doing that and why it doesn't have even values, particularly for the G6 hostiles. There is a theory that it could be cascade damage instead, and they have a base level of standard damage and they add cascade, so it's coming up with these weird values. We're also seeing a isolating defense that these ships have, which is not listed anywhere. And I think this is I just want to kind of point out a bigger problem, that the statistics that we can see in the info tab of hostiles or player ships don't include a lot of these new factors that go into battles. They don't include apex barrier. A lot of them will include base isolytic, but they can't include things like cascade, or they can't include things like defense. So I think that there is a limitation to what is in those ship stats, and something that I think we'll push for is saying, hey, if you're going to keep increasing the things that these hostiles can do and the abilities they have and all of these modifications to their base statistics, you have to include that in info tabs so players know what they're facing.
Not only are you seeing an increase higher than the tooltip as far as isolytic, but you're seeing that the hostile itself doesn't mention isolytic defense at all. And we are seeing evidence of that. This is not just with the Suliban chasers and the transition systems, but also the Hurok drop ships. All right, we're seeing some of that as well. If you will take a look at your screen here, I'll pull that up. Jules, we're seeing evidence of isolytic damage on the drop ships as well, which is also not documented within the game. Is that
And
right?
these are the time-limited hostiles. So these ships, the Ceres invasion, those ships as well, they will not ever show up in SDFC.space. They currently don't show up, and right now I don't believe there's any plans to include these hostiles in SDFC.space. So this is really the one and only time when these events are live for us to be able to test these factors.
Lastly, the other thing that I wanted to spread or spend a little bit of time on with this bugs report, and again, Cruzito expressing a little bit of confusion in the chat. What we're doing, so I recorded a very quick little segment, Cruzito, that we're going to post on YouTube, which is just an update to the bugs list. But for those here in podcast, we typically spend a little bit more time breaking this stuff down. So I put some images into the graphics room, and I also wanted to just break this down. Listen, we've been told, Cruzito, it's no surprise that we've been told that people don't have time to spend 15 hours a week listening to all of our content. So we're trying to find ways to satisfy larger pieces of the audience with some shorter content. But at the same time, trying to be a little bit efficient about it, because most of us don't have the time to spend more time making content. Jules is very, very busy. Tarpy is very busy. I'm very busy. So we're going to use this opportunity sometimes to pull excerpts out. You'll notice here, if you're watching in video at this particular moment, you'll notice I don't even have the frame up. Right, I don't have the overlay. I turned all the alerts off. I did all that stuff so that we can actually frame this into a YouTube short a little bit better. But we're also spending the time here with the podcast audience as well, because we are recording this and it'll be uploaded to podcast. And we always spend a little bit more time with detail. Jules, I want to come back to the mitigation thing here. For those of you in podcast, there's an image that I'm going to put into the graphics room right now. I am actually having a little bit of trouble understanding this. All right, what we know
let me break it down a little bit more for you. Okay. So if you could see here on the far left is all existing hostiles prior to July 25. What does that mean? Well, this special mitigation value here on the x-axis in the bottom of this chart, that is a new value added in. So 0% means, okay, we're not adding this value. What we
so
can
in other
see
words,
is our minimum.
We knew. In other words, we knew, and I don't mean to interrupt. I'm trying to wrap my head around this.
Sure.
We knew that no matter what the target was, the absolute max mitigation was 71. And you're right, by the way, chat. It wasn't 71.2. It's actually 71.199999 infinitum. All right. So 71.19% is the game's mathematical limit for mitigation. That is the amount of your damage that just gets bounced off and floats off into space. The timestamp for this chart is 9:22 p.m. Eastern Time, Riskbreaker, and it's labeled min-max possible mitigation. So what Jules is telling you here is that this new special mitigation value, they've added another variable in the mitigation formula. And up until this point, that value would have been 0 because it didn't exist. What you're saying now is that this formula, the standard mitigation formula, now has a new variable that allows the mitigation to go higher than 71.2%. Jules, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
And that mitigation value changes by level of the Suliban or Hurok ship. So in other words, the 52 might have a special, quote unquote, I've got finger quotes going on here, a special mitigation factor of, say, 18%. All right, which is going to take it to just over 75% mitigation. But if you go all the way up to the 68 level Suliban or Hurok dropships, we're seeing a special mitigation value of 40%, or this value of 40% that's added into the traditional mitigation formula, which is going to take that hostile's mitigation up closer to 84%. All right, over north of 80%. And yes, Worfs, people still listen to the podcast. The only reason, listen, if people didn't listen to the podcast, I wouldn't waste my time making it. But you know what? When I don't do one for a week, I get so many people very upset. Listen, if you listen in podcast, all right, this is the only time that we will have you do this. All right, if you listen in podcast, leave a comment. Leave a comment in iTunes or rate it. I want to see how many ratings, Tarpy, we could get. Don't rate it 0, okay? 5-star, obviously. Let's just see how many comments and ratings we can get on iTunes and iHeartRadio and Pandora and all that stuff this week. If you actively listen to the podcast, leave a rating on it this week because I'll be able to see all that, and then I'll be able to prove it. Look, Polish Prince says, I listen while I cut the grass. Wristbreaker says, I always start by listening to the podcast. Some people listen in the car. Look at that. Look at that. All right. Lawston says, you know what they listen to more? About 15 other content creators. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. That was hilarious. Hardy har. He doesn't get applause for that.
If you're Jonathan Ingram, rate it.
That's right. You just raid the podcast and everything is fine. So this new mitigation number is combined. It's a new formula, a new variable within the mitigation formula that is going to increase that hostiles mitigation. Now, I remember saying this, Jules, when we were looking at these new invading entities. I said, mitigation doesn't matter. There is not enough statistics. You cannot have enough officers. You cannot touch their mitigation. When I was fighting against these Hurok dropships, I gave up on all mitigation. I took the doctor off the bridge. I put Tom Paris on the bridge. I put Joaquim under deck and Pelia under deck because Doc and Tom Paris don't matter. I needed isolated defense. Mitigation matters none. Cruzito says I'm wrong. Well, my mitigation shifted by 2%. 2%. By stacking all of the max mitigation that I could, I made a difference of 2%. When I removed all mitigation, my mitigation dropped by 2, or my piercing, rather, dropped by 2%. All right? So that, to me, that's not worth tying up 2 or 3 officer slots. Now, Duke Vengeance says Cruzito is wrong. Isolated defense is the only thing that works. All right? Either way, you guys can absolutely figure it out and try to play, but this is why. All right, this is why. And by the way, Sugar Relentless says, I thought we were talking about the hostiles mitigation. We indeed are, but all of the stats, all of the piercing, all of this stuff is different. And, Jules, I would be willing... Wrong button. I would be willing to bet. I'd be willing to bet that when we're taking a look at these, the special mitigation value, I would imagine that this value exists within the Vanguards as well. Right?
I mean, that's something that has not been specifically tested as far as I was able to see, but something we'll see. And I do believe that if they're putting it in these hostiles, the hostiles that will be introduced this coming month may also see that, and potentially future hostiles. Will we also see forbidden tech officers that now get to play with that min-max mitigation? And potentially even in PvP, which could have some dire consequences. So I am flagging this as, hey, we have discovered they've added something to mitigation formula, and it's something to keep an eye on as new content comes out.
There you go. All right, that is our breakdown there. And then, of course, the other 2 items for the podcast audience don't need a whole lot of extra explanation. I know what's going on with Janeway's Pocket Wash. We've talked about this, and this has actually been going on for a while. It's just like most of these things. They apply on a per-ship basis. So this is going all the way back. You know, they had the bug in the very beginning. Oh, gosh. It was the reason they introduced critical floor. What was it? Critical damage reduction? That's what it was. It was a critical damage reduction favor. Yeah, the Bajoran favor that was critical damage reduction, except it applied. Oh, it might have been chance, says Sniper Time, whatever it was, but it applied to every ship that was in dock. So it brought you down. I'm pretty sure it was damage, Sniper Time, because what they were doing, your opponents were running full crit, right? And you were then reducing them to throwing zero damage shots. So they had 100% crit chance. You were reducing your crit damage down to 0. So 100% of their shots were throwing 0 damage. I'm 99% sure that's what the scenario was. And they introduced critical floor to fix that.
I threw in the chat room and also the circle, but Bajor's advantage decreases opponents' critical hit damage against players applied on every ship. Now, the Janeway's Pocket Watch, there was a little bit more math that was being done in the lab, and we discovered it wasn't on a per ship basis specifically. It definitely was affected by the states that were applied or not applied to ships. So there's a little bit more layerage there of how it actually triggers. So if we're giving feedback back to Scopely, it's not, hey, this is a per ship thing. It's like, hey, you got to check on how it's affecting per ship with states.
Interesting.
Active.
So,
but I did want to move on
states.
to keep us on track a little bit.
Segment two, why would we try to stay on track? There's no need. All right. Yeah. So taking a look at your second set of items that we wanted to get to here, and then we're going to take a break and get into the preview video as well. Divine says they're being multiplied by each state. There's definitely a state something, but whatever it is, it's not just applying a flat, right? It's applying per ship that might meet this criteria, and absolutely hilarious that we are here again. All right, because they had this problem. And by the way, enjoy this problem for the next 2 to 3 years, because that's how long it took them to fix critical floor. And now we've got the same thing now going on with isolytic damage. So, Jules, $5 on what one of the next floors get introduced into the game. It's going to be isolytic floor. Come on, mark my words. Somebody mark the date and time. I am predicting an isolytic floor. It'll start with the prime, by the way. It'll start with the prime.
Apex barrier floor come out. That's what we need
yeah,
next.
Apex barrier floor. Listen, Lost In says it's terrible, but they keep doing this. Lost In, they're breaking their own game by adding these mechanics. And by the way, it's not the mechanic. It's not the mechanic. Okay? It's the code. It's broken. All right? This Janeway's Pocket Watch is not supposed to be applying per ship. All right. Victor says they're creating problems. No, this is not intentional. I can promise you. I would bet a month's salary, Victor, this is not intentional. All right. This is an unintended consequence. New math. All right. Yeah. This is Scopely math. All right. This is an unintended consequence. So the fact that this isolytic damage reduction, which, by the way, isolytic damage reduction is fine, but it was never meant to be higher than 40%. Now this particular artifact is doing 40% of any ship, combined, by the way, of every ship that is throwing a state. So is it... And because of that, you're ending up with 40 or 80 or 120 or 160 or even 200% isolytic reduction. And that is, by the way, not an efficiency. If you remember the original isolytic formula, all right, there was flat boost, percentage boost, and then flat reductions and percentage reductions. This one is a flat reduction. I know it's confusing because it has 40%, but it's not an efficiency. It's just reducing their isolytic damage by 40%. This is not defense. It's reducing their offense. There's a difference. Right? Jules, to explain, like if you had 100% isolytic damage, this would make it 60, but it doesn't apply the efficiency of 1.4. Okay? It's not defense. It's reduction. That's right, Retrieving. It's like Chen is with damage reduction. Okay? It's like Chen with damage reduction. Now, Schwag says, this is interesting. Maybe my base can finally defend versus a 70 whale. Well, we had that for a very long time, and then Scopely deemed that was inappropriate. So they created critical floor, and now everybody can melt through anybody's base. This is the next thing that breaks base defense. This right here, Janeway's Pocket Watch, stacked with ships, stacked with states, becomes the new, what did they call it? Ocean defense or whatever. What was it called? What was it?
Yeah, it was a bold defense.
The bold defense. Yeah, 867 with the development of the bold defense. This becomes an impenetrable base defense now that you know this. All right. By the way, real quick, just side topic here.
Not impenetrable. Because as you said, the critical damage is still there. So even if you reduce the ships down to its critical damage, it's still pretty big. A Crenshaw taking on Ops 40 player is going to just crush them regardless.
Well, so if a Crenshaw could kill a 40. Yeah. All right. But let me just add this. Relentlessness. I'm gonna throw this into my testing. Sure, absolutely is. But listen, real quick, Jules. Let's just throw this out for the developers of base defense out there. All right, for the developers of base defense, what are the officers that self-impose a state? Because by the way, listen, this says that it will decrease. Okay, I might be saying that backwards. On round start, decreases opponents' ISO damage versus players that are under any state. So we need
to. You're designing a base defense. You want each of your ships to then apply a state against them. So that's burning, assimilate, or hull breach. So if you have 6 ships at base and all of them are applying hull breach, there is a theory that is then multiplying because each of your ships is then applying a state, even if it's the same state. But here's the thing, I don't know. And we don't know. Our testing wasn't thorough enough to get to a conclusive result. And by the way, there was a lot of testing. You can ask Muffin about it. He's got at least 5 different players that he just sat there and let them attack his base over and over again. He recorded all sorts of data. It was crazy how much data he was able to collect and still not come up with a conclusive result. So we don't know. We don't know. I don't really want to get further into this because it's something that should be tested. Relentless, you said you're a base defense person, so you want to test this in your stations. Do it and share your results. We'd love to find out what worked for you, what reduced their isolated defense or isolated damage as much as possible.
Wowee. But we know it's more than 40%, so have fun with that. All right, moving on to our next segment of stuff here. Jules, you had some information regarding the new charts. We've got updated charts, updated teaching tools, and tools for the players to be able to use to calculate some of their progress. Let's take a look and see what you've got new from the chart desk.
Yeah, just a couple of updated charts from this month's content that took a little while to actually acquire the data just because of the difficulty to acquire the data or the fact that it was not purchasable. So let's go ahead and take a look. I don't know which one you're going to pull up first. You tell me.
The Vengeance. What are we looking at with the Vengeance?
Yes. Welcome to upgrading the Vengeance because you thought it was easy. Nope, there's a loop.
Wait, what?
Let me just quickly. Let me just quickly explain here. The Vengeance does have its regular cost of Sigma Tritanium, Sigma Dilithium, core, gas and crystal, even interceptor parts. It includes all of those costs, but it also has a specialty ship token or upgrade currency. That is an automation module. In order to acquire the automation module, there is a refinery. Yay. That refinery then takes array tokens. Those array tokens are acquired through events. So think of this similar to how the ISS Jellyfish has a couple of events. The Jellyfish Brawl has a couple, there's a couple of events surrounded with the Jellyfish. This also has events surrounding it, but it also is crucial in order to upgrade this ship without spending money. Right now, people who are taking this ship and who have recently acquired it probably are spending money on it, and they're not really concerned so much about the refinery, but we will all eventually get to the point where we are looking at this USS Vengeance, so charts have started. Here's the deal. There are 3 events to talk about. 1, Cold Directive, 3 times a week gives you 200 tokens. Inevitable War, once a week gives you 100 tokens. That's 700 tokens. It costs 100, so basically you get 1 a day. However, this bundle doesn't have any cooldowns because you can purchase more of those tokens to unlock that bundle, and that is how you pay to upgrade the ship. You can also get an extra pull or more through the actual bundle itself. It grants you more tokens to then open more bundles. So there's a little bit of like a, hey, you get started, you get this ball rolling, and maybe you'll get more. Those events are defeating new Breen hostiles. This is in lower Klingon space. You can find a little section for 71 and above Breen hostiles. They are undefeatable unless you have the Vengeance. And then there is once a week, you actually have to participate in arena combat with your Vengeance in order to complete that event. So a little bit of an incentive for Vengeance. Vengi. What's the plural?
Vengeance.
I like Vengi. We're going with Vengi. there's an incentive for the Vengi to now invade Arena. The last one I want to talk about is called Project Dreadnought. It is a heroic event, which means it is going to be spendy. And in fact, it's so spendy that you basically have to max the ship in 15 days in order to maximize the rewards from this. Some of those rewards include acquiring cloaking, its jump ability, and yes, it has a summon ability. So very similar to the Discovery, you can jump and then summon ships to wherever your vengeance is. And it also gives additional array tokens and additional depot tokens. But it does require you in 15 days to complete all of the milestones for all of those runs. Each milestone is essentially a full tier. So you have to get to tier 7 before you can unlock cloaking at least free. I don't know if there's going to be packs available to purchase those ship abilities afterwards, or if there's going to be a free-to-play path way, 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 way down the line. Just saying, this is the event that shows now. So early signs show this is a ridiculously long upgrade time. I think we all kind of expected that for day one release of a new ship, particularly something that was targeted for the upper echelon of players. I do want to move on. That was the USS Vengeance. If you are a current Vengeance owner or looking to be a Vengeance owner, here's some useful data for you. Moving on to the next one, which is useful for everyone. Ops 26.
Hang tight.
26, 30.
This will be a nice little thing for us to clip out as well. So Crazito, bear with me because we've actually had requests from the VIP community regarding this. So I'm gonna record a little quick outro on this. Tarpy, if you don't care to give me a time marker at 91 minutes 20 seconds, and then I'll come back later and I'll fill that in. Okay, but thank you very much for that, Jules. And for those of you in podcast, we do have this screenshot that is in. If you want to come back in, timestamp 9:41 p.m. Eastern time in the graphics room for you to take a quick peek at this chart regarding the USS Vengeance. So if you are one of the now 20 people who own the USS Vengeance, then you can get a little bit of a jump start and get a little bit of an idea about how to maximize the efficiency and maximize the ability. Or if you're looking at acquiring the Vengeance here before too awful long, then you know that there is actually indeed a loop to upgrade it. I'm not sure if anybody really should be surprised by that. Wouldn't it be really crappy if it was just buy all the upgrades? I mean, didn't the Jelly have a loop in the very beginning?
That's true, but the jellyfish also, it was released before you could acquire G4 materials, particularly outside its event, particularly rare. So you could actually only get it to like tier 4 free to play.
Right.
Well, I mean not free to play, but it may be free to play. But you couldn't get it past that without buying packs. So very similar to that, except this time you could theoretically max it without buying packs after you've acquired it.
That is the USS Vengeance. Let's take a look at the next one then, Jules. Your next piece here, and give me just 1 second, if you would. Why don't you give a video intro to this as well? What is it that we're looking at, and what are you teaching on?
Hello. So we're looking at mastery artifacts and the claims you actually gain from the mastery artifacts just by restoring and upgrading these mastery artifacts. Each of the four mastery artifacts has its own granting system. This will show up in your free claims section and something that you can in your daily gifts. Upon restoring Mbenga Storybook, you get speed ups. Those will actually change to Sigma speed ups if you're in G6. For the Ancient Vulcan Scroll, you'll get materials that are relevant to your generation. Same with ship parts if you unlock the Spock's Ritual Gong. And the news that I want to share is by tier 5, G6 can actually get rare parts. We'll see where G5 lands on their rare part entry, but it looks promising that it'll be earlier than that. Then the last of our mastery artifacts we're going to talk about is Pike's Sextant, which gives resources, including Sigma for G6 players. This one does have a heavy tilt towards Parsteel for some odd reason in the math formula for G5 and below. So great. We are seeing a large increase from the tier 1s. They were very underwhelming, but as we can see, it's vastly increasing as we move up into the tiers of these master artifacts.
Taking a look in particular at Spock's Ritual Gong, this one is the one that does parts. Jules, as we have seen from Scopely over the last couple of months, there's been a significant change in how Scopely is approaching parts. You started with the Eviscerator, which was not great, but it did start to source some parts, and that was RNG based. Then you moved into the GS31, which is a pretty daggone good source, probably one of the best in the game up to this point in regards to rare parts. And parts in general. We saw that chart in the very beginning when it first came out that, honestly, for a G4 player, they started earning rare parts on unlock at tier 1. So that was a nice thing to look at. Here, now we see the mastery artifacts for ship parts in Spock's Ritual Gong. And depending on your rate of acquisition, this one actually, in my opinion, while it is an extra source of guaranteed ship parts, all right, there seems to be a little bit of a step back in the quantity. Do you?
Well, and here's the reason why. Here's the reason why, because it gives you all 3 of the warships: Explorer, Interceptor, and Battleship. So you're not just getting 17 rare ship parts. You're getting 3 times that amount in each of quantities. And now with our ship parts conversion machine that we have in the game, this is still very valuable. And you can convert some of those new ship parts that you're gaining from this pull into the 1 or 2 that you were actually focused on.
Now, some people are telling me I'm wrong in the chat around the Eviscerator being RNG based. I think it was RNG for rare, though, isn't it? The uncommon is there, but I don't get RNG.
No, it's not RNG. It's not RNG based. So both the GS31 and the Eviscerator, essentially what you get was you get 1 token to then unlock 1 of the ship parts, and you get the guaranteed amount in those ship parts.
Oh,
Here,
it's Voyager.
in this case, you're getting all 3. You're getting 3 of them that give you, so Voyager was RNG based, if that's what you're thinking about.
Well, we do see a nice little push here in, especially in rare ship parts. I don't know that people struggle a great deal with uncommon, but the rares are nice. And again, still though, tier 6 offering 17, and it is 17 of each. The Junker is providing hundreds, in a single day. So I still maintain my position. Now, granted, we don't see the data beyond tier 5. Maybe by the time this thing gets to tier 7, tier 8, tier 10, that'll be fine. Jules, as a quick reminder for those who are interested in mastery artifacts, how are they upgraded? How are we earning the shards for these? And how are we actually increasing the payouts from our daily gifts from the new mastery artifacts?
The shards for these mastery artifacts are primarily coming from the Transigen Refinery. There's an artifacts tab that you can then convert refined rare Transigen into these artifact shards, up to 32 per day per mastery artifact. Additional shards may come from other Transigen refineries, and also the Flashpoint series, I believe, gives some of these shards out.
All right, very good. I was actually going to try to pull that up on screen real quick, but I might have missed the
Flashpoint event store. That's where it is. It's in the event store, so you can gain more, about up to 30 per run of the Flashpoint.
Gotcha. Okay, and then they are still in.
And who knows?
Well, they are still. They are still in the loop as well.
And this is the runners. Yes, the exchange. Yeah,
the rare stuff. Runners. Yeah, the canisters. Yep, you got it. All right, so I'm going to. Cool. All right, and the screenshot that I just now put into the graphics room is that from the Transigen and Flashpoint Google Sheet that Jules and Quasel and Blue Mandalorian have put together as well to give you some of that data there. Okay. Fantastic. So taking a look then at the rest of our to-do list here, Jules, did we have anything else for segment number 2, or are we ready to...
ready to move on?
We're ready to take a break because we've got to get into Beck's video and start breaking down what we know about Flashpoint 2.0. And what is coming with the Serene Squall coming up in this coming month, and what wonderfully disappointing surprises lie ahead We'll give you some of those on the other side of the break. Jules, any other items or anything that we need to do before we get ready to wrap up our first segment?
Nope. Ready to move on.
All right, fantastic. Guys, we're going to take a very quick break. Thank you guys all for being here. We appreciate you in our live studio audience, whether that is in Twitch, whether it's in YouTube, whether it is in podcast and all the fun places. We appreciate all of you guys for being here. My name is UltimatDJz. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast, and we'll return right after these words. If I had these words loaded and actually ready to go, and I'm just going to go ahead and press that button over there and then press this button, and yay! Commanders, in the vast universe of Star Trek Fleet Command, understanding the rules of engagement is crucial. At PvPtarget.com, our comprehensive guide ensures you navigate battles with honor. Learn the importance of protected cargo and why attacking a ship under its limit is deemed by some as an act of war. Discover which vessels are classified as warships and what ranges of ships you can attack. Find tips on crewing, mining, and the battle triangle, and so much more. Equip yourself with knowledge to engage responsibly. Visit PvPtarget.com and become the commander your alliance deserves. Everybody, welcome back to the show. Talking Trek is live. Wow. Welcome in. Appreciate you guys all being here. My name is UltimatDJz. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast, and we are here on a Friday night. You know, Tarpy, it was all an elaborate design. We missed the show on Thursday. Had nothing to do with the fact that I was in bed by like 6:30 or 7 o'clock from exhaustion. It had everything to do with the fact that we knew that Becklights Plants was going to be issuing a preview video today. All right, coming up into Update 81, Flashpoint, Strange New Worlds Part 2. And we're going to talk a little bit about what is going on in the preview video. We're going to take a look at the blog post. We're going to watch Beck's video. And then we're going to talk about our reaction, some of the stuff that we have seen, some of the stuff we saw in the playtest, and, of course, early analytics by our very own Jules Verne from the Talking Trek Laboratory. Interestingly enough, we are running remarkably on time. I know that this sounds crazy. We're actually not running more than about 19 minutes behind schedule. Isn't that crazy? We're running 19 minutes behind schedule, Tarpy. I would say that this is an absolute win for us right now. I had scheduled at 9:35 p.m. to start the ARC preview. It is 9:54. We're 19 minutes behind schedule. I will take a round of applause now. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm proud of you. I think you're doing great. Every time you say something like that, you jinx yourself for the next 3 hours.
I know. That's actually funny.
Fired on the spot.
I know. Listen,
we fired my spot in my industry.
we're running.
I've fired people less
for 19
less
minutes.
time
19 minutes?
That.
Oh,
yes.
come on, 19 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, no.
I'm
proud, and I think you're doing great.
Thank you, Tarpy.
But you just jinxed it.
There is a hard out tonight. I wrote this down. Hard out, no exceptions. Tarpy has remote control to the studio electricity. I sent her a code. It is a self-destruct code for my garage. All right? If I don't want to blow this place up, I end on time. Tarpy will hit the button, and then it'll just go blank. Okay? It'll be gone. That's it. All gone. Nothing left.
Tarpy. Hey, Tarpy, new drinking game. Every time he says hard out.
I feel like I need to take 5 minutes off every time he says that.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. So 5 minutes less every time you say the word hard out.
Okay. Well, then we have an estimated end of show. All right. A desired end of show. Okay. That's what's going to happen. Just a couple of quick reminders. Tarpy, what did we decide to do for tomorrow? Am I taking Saturday to do an EU stream and then production on Sunday, or are we gonna do production tomorrow, Studio B tomorrow night, and then do a stream early in the day Sunday? What did you decide, executive producer?
I didn't decide anything because I think you said you were going to make a poll.
Yeah, I didn't decide to do that. I tell you what, we'll gauge the vibe of the community, even those, because I don't want to make the decision solely on who's on the Twitch right now, because a lot of our EU audience might not be here right now to be able to listen. They might want an EU friendly stream. So why don't we just keep our thumb on the pulse of the community, as they say, in the Discord and stuff tomorrow. Yeah.
So Sunday is going to be like a preview, or what's Sunday going to be?
We're doing the preview now.
Okay, so if you did Studio B tomorrow...
Maybe I should call Bubba. We can talk about the con. By the way, what night is it? It's Friday. It's Friday. Did you guys see the Strange New Worlds episode? No spoilers.
No,
don't
talk about it.
No spoilers. Just saying. The one that we got to watch last week has now aired. Oh, my gosh. You haven't seen it? It's so good. Oh, no. What is wrong with you guys? How many episodes are out? Should be number 4 now, right? No, number 5. Which one did we just watch? I'm lost.
That should have been 4.
Was number 4. Okay, so there were 3, and then I'll watch number 4 in San Diego. Is that right? Okay, so number 4 is out. It's great. Okay, I'm not scheduling. I'm not squirreling, Captain. I'm just saying, maybe Bubba and I could come and talk about a little bit about Comic-Con and some of the stuff we got into out there. It was a fun. I don't know. I'll call Bubba and see if we can do that on Sunday, perhaps. I
was going to say that would be cool if you did Studio B tomorrow, and then you did like an EU stream on Sunday where you did some of the stuff with Bubba, and then
did some more
Q&A.
Yeah, I was thinking for the EU people who are missing tonight, maybe they've got, and everybody just have a little bit of extra Q&A. Maybe we'll leak another item or two coming into the new updated, expanded Transigen loop. Listen, we're going to start here. Should we watch the video first We should probably watch the video first, Jules. Then we're going to read the blog post. Then we're going to go back to the video for a couple of Easter eggs, and then we'll do a little bit of reaction, and that should be about our time, and we're going to get out of here. Let me just tell you the first thing that I want to say.
You don't have to read the blog post. You don't have to read the blog post. I will kind of give you some pointers. A lot of that stuff's in there, and I can help explain in a little bit more depth than what Beck is able to say.
Okay,
So
fantastic.
let's start with the
So
video.
what you're telling me is
The blog
that
post,
you are going
tell
to
you
stop the
pause.
video.
Well, you probably pause.
You're going to be stopping the video.
If I could-
No one is stopping the video.
It sounds like.
Oh, we're stopping the video.
Sorry, it sounds like we're stopping the video. It sounds like Jules is going to stop the video.
We're stopping the video.
Okay, we're stopping the video. I'm going to stop the video multiple times then. Okay,
No.
several times, multiple times.
No.
Yes, I'm going to stop it. Listen,
this.
we've got
this.
a hard out. Okay, we're going to stop the video all the way up to the
Oh
hard
my
out.
God.
Great.
All right, now I'm going to start with this. All right, and Jules, tell me that this may not be fair. Okay, but my gut first initial reaction to all of this that I have seen is, you mean there's more currencies? Now, I am usually
Okay,
not one to
Stop
fuss.
talking. Play the video.
Okay.
Play the video.
I love you, Jules.
Oh God. All right, here we go.
Not one to fuss. We haven't even watched the video you're fussing.
I just wanted to start. I wanted to give a bad
Oh
taste
my
in players' mouth.
God.
No, I wanted to put
Stop.
vinegar
Stop.
on their tongue
No.
before we
No.
started.
Play.
Okay,
You
I'm
did.
okay. God. I'm
Greetings,
just trying to taint people's perspective of the
Oh
video
my God.
before we actually start. All right, it's my job to come out here and sow negativity before you guys get excited. I'm okay. Just kidding. I'm joking, obviously. Hi, Beck.
Commanders, the next update to Star Trek Fleet Command is almost here, and today is preview day. We're taking an early look at the newest ship heading to the final frontier, the Serene Squall. Before we begin, drop a comment below telling us which server you're hailing from. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a sneak peek, event rundown, or patch note recap. Update 81, Flashpoint Strange New Worlds Part 2, brings an exciting lineup of content to explore, so let's set a course and engage. In 20...
That was so cute. Has she ever done that before, Jules? She's never done that before. That was a Picard engage right there.
That's the first.
If you guys are in podcasts and you actually haven't seen this video yet, that was a full-on Jean-Luc Picard engage. Full on. All right, that was actually. How did she say that with a straight face? Oh, that the arc is exciting. Okay, I understand. I misunderstood. Anyway, all right, back to it here. But I'm trying to narrate for the podcast audience who obviously is only listening. That was like a
DJs.
engage. Okay.
DJs.
Okay. What?
Keep your paws off the pause button.
No, I've got both hands. I've got both hands working right now. Both of them going.
259, the pirate ship Serene Squall, run by the resourceful Captain Angel, targets the USS Enterprise by having Angel masquerade as humanitarian Dr. Aspen. Their scheme is to leverage Angel's captive-to-be, Spock, to secure the release of Angel's imprisoned Vulcan spouse Sybok from the Omicron Lyrae rehabilitation facility overseen by Spock's fiancée, T'Pring. Angel and their crew briefly seize the Enterprise and hold its command staff hostage aboard the Squall. But Captain Pike sparks a mutiny among the pirates, enabling Starfleet to retake both vessels and foil the exchange. Angel escapes in a shuttle, the Squall and its crew are arrested, and Spock pieces together that the entire plot revolved around freeing Sybok and exploiting his own ties to T'Pring. Now, that same
What? Did we just get
Yeah.
Did she breathe?
breathe back? Breathe. I'm gonna have to rewind 60 seconds just to get this going again. Did we just get
This was season 2.
Did we get a season 2 episode synopsis in 30 seconds? We did, right?
Yeah. Also, but I just want to credit
Play it in slow motion.
They're using a relevant ship for the ARC's content.
Okay, fair.
And it actually, and they've explained how it connects to at least this game, or how this ship in the game connects to that in real life content.
Thank you, Broken Wolf.
I'm
Season
giving them
1.
kudos for doing that.
Season 1, episode 7.
Season 1. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Game Junior, spoilers from season 1, but that was 4 years ago. Does it actually count? Bubba Joe would say that you've expired your spoilers window. Just throwing that out there. You only get spoilers for what? Like 6 months? All right, this is 4 years, almost 4 years. Okay. Oh, Game Junior says, oh, okay, no, you're good. Yeah, this is old. Season 1. All right. Polish Prince says exclamation point play. Okay, so let's continue then. Fine. I just was saying, like, okay, nice lore, but I'm gonna have to listen to this again a little bit later just to because that was a lot. You guys want to listen to it one more time? I want to listen to it one more time. I'm going to back it up. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I mean, it's fine. It's fine.
Force
No,
and
there's no backing
engage.
up. There's no backing up.
In 2259, the pirate ship Serene Squall, run by the resourceful Captain Angel, targets the USS Enterprise by having Angel masquerade as humanitarian Dr. Aspen. Their scheme is to leverage Angel's captive-to-be, Spock, to secure the release of Angel's imprisoned Vulcan spouse Sybok from the Omicron Lyrae rehabilitation facility overseen by Spock's fiancée, T'Pring. Angel and their crew briefly seize the Enterprise and hold its command staff hostage aboard the Squall. But Captain Pike sparks a mutiny among the pirates, enabling Starfleet to retake both vessels and foil the exchange. Angel escapes in a shuttle, the Squall and its crew are arrested, and Spock pieces together that the entire plot revolved around freeing Sybok and exploiting his own ties to T'Pring. Now, that same pirate ship makes its way into Star Trek Fleet Command. The Serene Squall arrives for commanders at Ops 30 and above and completes the transigen mining loop we first explored in Update 80. This ship is the only vessel in the galaxy that can harvest epic-grade transigen, opening new systems that have never been accessible before. While it mines epic nodes exclusively, new research nodes also increase the rate of mining common, uncommon, and...
Now who's pausing it? I was just waiting. I was just waiting. I was reading the chat, and the chat's just being really super mean to me right now. Audience, podcast chat. Listen, podcast audience, can you believe that the Twitch chat is just being brutal to me right now? Absolutely brutal. So I believe it. So I was just going to let it play, and then Jules had to step in and stop it this time. Why did we stop the video, Jules?
Podcast audience. For the podcast audience, I think you should screenshot this research section. From Serene Squall warp range all the way to mining sweep so that they can follow along with what we're about to talk about.
Get rid of your face box.
I see. That was actually pretty brilliant. That was pretty brilliant from Jules Verne. In the graphics room at 10:06 p.m. Eastern Time, you see a screenshot of the brand new research tree that is going to appear in the Starship's tree regarding the new Serene Squall. Obviously, right up front, we've got warp range that is going to help take this thing and make it useful and, stuff. It's going to let
a couple of things I wanted to point out here. And this is... I'm going to use some information. I'm not going to reveal anything. There's no leaks that I will say during this.
I will further expound upon what he's going to say with more leaks. It's fine.
Sure. Great.
Yeah.
What is different versus the playtest? And I want to give Scopely a lot of kudos for actually listening to the content creators and the mods who gave feedback after seeing a lot of the research nodes and what the ship can do, what they can't do, and they've actually responded to that. One of those responses was enhancing the mining ability to common, uncommon, and rare transigen. So it didn't originally have a boost to that. It would naturally have an advantage later on. It has a cargo size than G6 ships, but initially it was going to be pretty terrible for those legacy rarities. So by adding this mining rate boost for each of these, it's an improvement at least early on for players. One of the things that I believe is still a problem in this realm is that mining speed isn't really an issue because the Transigen Forge gives us such a boost. It's actually more node size. As you'll see a little bit later, and I may try to see if guys can catch this, they actually show a tier 5 cost for rare transigen, and it is 5 million for a double pull. Well, the nodes themselves aren't 5 million in size, and this is sort of the problem that we are already experiencing with common, uncommon, and rare, where especially for G6 players, where our amounts that we need to mine are so astronomically high, we have to reset a node dozens of times just to get 1 day's refine. So this is where I see where the Serene Squall could have been an advantage. In this case, it's going to be very fast mining. If you remember Discovery when it was mining Anomaly, right? You'd be like 10 seconds on a node, and then you have to go node.
Well, first of all, do we know
think
this?
That's what we may look at. We don't know for a fact how much the mining boost is going to be from these research nodes. But all I'm saying is if you double my research speed, I can drain a rare node in less than 8 minutes. So you want me to do that 12 times in a row? You're going to give me a Serene Squall that can twice as fast? Great. I'm draining them in 4 minutes. So this is where I see sort of a problem. Like I didn't want to sit there actively mining. I wanted to passively mine with a new ship. There is a lot of advantages to this ship. We know that it's going to have the same sort of massive boost to the cargo capacity and the protected cargo that we see in a lot of specialty ships as compared to faction ships. So let's just kind of hone in on those as benefit of this ship, particularly if its mining speed is equal to ships we already have.
So
go ahead with your question.
The question that I've got is regarding the Transigen Forge, to be honest with you. We already have thousands of % of boost for common, uncommon, and rare Transigen mining through the Transigen Forge. Do we have any indication as to what these research levels are going to be? And yes, Broken Wolf, I hear that too. If you don't mind, Jules, while I banter here for a second, I'm going to have you either reboot or reconnect because you're dropping out very free. We had this problem here a couple of weeks ago, and something was going on with your Bluetooth. I don't know if it was battery, but you're dropping in and out very frequently. But my question becomes, and I'm going to go ahead and throw the answer out there. Or let me rephrase. I'm going to throw out that we don't know the answer. Okay, we don't know the answer
Correct.
here.
We do not know the
we
answer.
haven't seen these researches, but that was going to be one of my warnings to the developers. And I would have to imagine, Jules, that they have taken this into account. But here's the thing. I'm not sure that they have, because I don't believe that they took the G6 mining laser into account. So by this research here, obviously it's going to help with the Serene Squall, and it will be very beneficial to G4 and G5 in mining speed. Do we have any indication that it's actually going to have anything at all in comparison to a G6 faction miner or a Selkie? I mean, their boosts come in the mining laser.
No. Right, and we don't know because we do not know the values that these research nodes give. There certainly could be linked to the tier of the ship. That can certainly be linked to your ops range. And if they are linked to your ops range, did they also increase that mining rate by a significant amount for players ops 61 and above to compete with the Selkie? I don't know. There was another benefit to the ship that in actuality, because of the G6 mining laser, it really wasn't a benefit. And I think that they pulled that because they couldn't solve that issue. Much like when the Protector came out, and it was only better than your G6 miner when it was like tier 12 or something, right? And then they came out and they had made an adjustment later to kind of bring up the mining speed so that it was actually beneficial before that tier 12 for players. We may see something similar to that.
Now,
I don't know because we don't know the values of.
Yeah, I was going to say, let me be clear, Chad. We don't know.
Nodes.
All right. And the reason that we don't know is because we have not yet seen the actual data tables on this research. All right. For those of you on podcast, again, timestamp looking at the graphics that we're looking at in the research tree is at 10:06 p.m. Eastern time, specifically those on the bottom row, common, uncommon, and rare Transigen mining. Now, I can tell you with no doubt in my mind for G4 and G5 miners, okay, this is going to benefit you. All right, 100%. There's no way that it doesn't because of the way the mining formula works. But because of the way that the Selkie and the Op 68 G6 rare miners work with their mining laser, all right, and evidenced by the way that G6 is mining Transigen now, it's a hard sell for me to believe that they have solved that with the Serene Squall. Now, there are other benefits, okay? For example, like we're going to talk a little bit about hazards coming up here in just a moment. But this specifically right here is as related to the mining speed, and I am not confident that this is going to be better than your G6 rare mining ships because of the laser, at least in the speed of mining transigen. But there are a couple of other benefits here, Jules, and we'll talk more specifically.
Yes.
Again, you're looking at this node for FKR mining speed. We don't yet know what that is going to be yet either. But more specifically, I want to focus in on this column over here. The Federation, Klingon, and Romulan mining sweep. Jules, can you give us a quick rundown on what these researches do here?
Absolutely. It is exactly like the X-Borg sweeps that we saw. By defeating X-Borg hostiles, you were able to complete hostile dailies in either faction or in the Swarm. This one is the exact same thing. By mining transigen, you'll be able to complete your faction mining dailies. Simple as that. So by engaging the sloop, by mining transigen, boom, you finished your hostile mining dailies. I do not know the equivalency of how much transigen it will take yet. We will not know until those things are unlocked.
Now,
additionally, there's some other. Go for it.
Well, I want to expand on that. And are you in a hurry, Jules? Because I feel like you're rushing, or is it just because we have a hard out? Is it? I just want to make sure because
I'm a little bit, but I don't. I will expand if I know more and I can reveal more. Here's sort of what I'm getting at.
Here's what I want to tell people. Here's what I know. Okay, and maybe let me be the one that puts all the risk on the line here. These mining sweeps are going to satisfy your faction mining dailies, right? But Spock, you're kind of right. You still have to have the mats to do the refine. So, all right.
You do get raw materials. You do get raw materials from completing those dailies. You do get a bonus.
Okay. And further, it doesn't satisfy the generic mining daily. The hazard mining daily doesn't satisfy that. These are just the faction ones. All right. So
Correct.
It doesn't do the hazard mining daily if that were to matter to you. For some people, it may not. All right. But the hazard mining daily, it doesn't satisfy that. It's just the faction ones. Okay. So I feel like that is an important note to have right there. Also, if you're taking a quick look at the rest of these researches, and then I'll defer back to Jules, you do have the Serene Squall jump drive. That is a research here that will allow this thing to basically have an instant jump. And if I'm not mistaken, we do also know that this is using the standard jump juice, just like the other new jumps are taking. All right, so everything, everything using mycelium, which is nice. But the Serene Squall jump drive is right there. Tarpy, what was your interjection?
Wait until after. I was going to say I can wait until after.
After what?
If we have like a comments section on this,
rather
than pod stuff.
Well, no, it's fine. Go ahead. I mean, we're in discussion mode. I'm not turning this part into a short video. But regarding the mining, is that what you're going to comment on? Because I'm finding a little tiny bit of disappointment there. A little bit.
I mean, I am and I'm not. They're having us mine something else and then giving us the ability on that particular day to use that something else as the ability to do the daily for your faction rep.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a way to add a loop while also taking one away for that day. You don't have to.
Okay.
You can still go out and mine as much G6 as you want, or G5 or G4 or whatever, but you don't have to that day. So if you mine transit in 2 days a week, you don't have to also go and do your G6 dailies or G5 or G4 on those same days.
Okay.
I think what I find value in.
Well, I'm glad because honestly, I hope that more people do find value in that. Here's the thing for me. I don't mind. I don't mind now. So for me, maybe that's a little bit of a lost thing. Game Junior just answered that question. Does it satisfy the hazard mining daily? It does not. It doesn't. So it's just the faction mining dailies.
Hazard.
Well, you're not. Well, are you technically?
Hazard mining daily is specific to rare, crystal, and gas. Sorry, crystal or
crystal,
gas.
Yeah. So yeah, and then if you want those materials, you're still going to need to mine it. You're right, Dragon Keeper. So
right.
Yeah.
It's if a player has only so much time in one day and transigen mining is super active, I think is what we're trying to get out of this. So if you leave your miner overnight for your regular mats, that gets your daily done for the next day. I'm trying not to hate on everything as soon as we see it and don't know everything about it.
Well,
Do I think it
Let me
could be
give you a
better?
perspective.
Yes.
Let me give you a perspective
Yeah.
that is actually a benefit here, because there is a very small sect of players that is going to grow and grow as we progress through these ops. That is the early G6 prior to building a Selkie and getting it to a warp rage and hazard resistance in which it is useful to actually mine G6 materials. When you are entering G6 and you try to use your G5 miners, you will never hit your faction dailies until you can build that Selkie. Now, here's the thing. Traditionally, the minute you hit 61, you build a Selkie and you're done. You move on. This is giving you an opportunity to delay that time. There may be an instance in which you have evolved your Revenant, you have enough materials to get yourself all the way to 63, and you still haven't built your Selkie, you don't have the faction credits yet. Well, here is an option for you to continue to gain reputation, credits, and some of the raw materials to actually pull some refines without having to build the Selkie yet. It is a very small slice of people, but it is a growing slice, particularly as we start to see people speeding through content.
Also, if you are a G4 player who is earlier in G4 and you are pretty active at grinding rep, you might find yourself in rep amounts that require G5 mining rather than G4 mining. And that's going to be easier with more mirror grinding, more Hirak dropship grinding. So there's a small segment of that population that might not have access to the warp range to get to some G5 nodes or tier 3 territory. Again, small segment, niche. Otherwise, this might not be for you, people. It doesn't all have to be for you.
It may not be for you in the way that we're talking about it right now, but there are a lot of other things. And so we're going to continue with the video unless Jules has anything else here on the research that he wants to call out. But there's a lot of other things that this thing will do pertaining to the transigen loop, which we will reveal coming up here in just a few moments. Jules, do you have anything else specifically regarding these research nodes, or would you like to circle back to this?
I'll explain it later, but pause in 10 seconds. 155.
All right, here we go. Continuing our playback.
Rare transigen, making it more effective as you progress the ship. This new ship's hull is fully insulated against transigen tempest, which means that you can linger in hazardous systems as long as you like.
As long as you like.
This is the note that they have here. Exclusive access to epic transigen nodes. I want to bust this myth real quick. Here's what's actually happening here. These new systems do not have a token associated with them. It is not exclusivity by token locks. It is exclusivity by the hazard damage. If you can see in the lower right-hand corner, the hazard damage is 5,000% in this particular system. Another similar system to this is the protector space within the mirror universe. That also has 5,000, and the protector, after I can't remember tier 2 level 10, also had 5,000 hazard resistance to that particular node. However, do you remember, Tarpy, when we were able to send a ship in for 10 seconds and kill a hostile or two?
Yep.
Yeah, this is the exact same thing. You will be able to send a ship into these systems. Any ship, it's just going to die very fast.
But wait, there's more. There's more.
Can you complete an action within the time before that first tick of damage is actually applied to your ship? Can you attack a hostile? Probably not, because none of these systems have hostiles. Can you mine anything? Probably not, because the actual time to mine, you're not going to get much out of there. Can you maybe engage in PvP?
And
Depends
now,
on how close the node is.
Well, it certainly does. But I'll remind you, it's actually twice as easy as it was in the mirror universe, because now the hazard tick has been expanded to 20 seconds instead of 10. Actually, instead of 5. It was 5. Now it's 20. So I could absolutely.
And Juby's got it right.
Yeah,
Juby's got it
NX01.
right. You look into the system. Yep. And then you beam it with the cube. You don't even need to travel anywhere.
That's right. You look in the system, you pop in at the edge, you beam somebody, or maybe you don't use the cube. You pop in with your NX01 so you can see, you warp in at the exact right position that you need to be with a full-on speed crew on a warship, and you tank it. All right? You've got 20 seconds to get to a target. And you will be able to NX01 into this thing after you fly into it for the first time. You'll be able to scan for overcargo. Tin Man says I'm super evil. I'm just telling you how it works. This is the first thing that popped into my mind, Tin Man. Well, let me rephrase. The first thing that popped into my mind was that it's copy pasta of the Mirror Universe. Okay, the first thing that pops into my mind is that there is absolutely nothing new and original here. That was the first thing that popped into my mind. The second thing that popped into my mind was, I remember when players were finding ways around the protector, Jules, by going in and killing 1 or 2 Omega hostiles and then fueling the refinery for days. Days. Do you remember when Lube and Stewie figured this out on their stream? They popped 2 hostiles. And they had enough to fuel the refinery for days, and they didn't even have the protector built. This is the same thing, except now multiplied by 4 in the amount of time that you've got, and you're going to be able to hop in there and steal this epic transigen without owning the ship. And this is something that I really, really want to point out. Now, whether it was by design or whether it was on accident, I am fine with this. I actually like it, and I'm going to explain why. It allows everybody an opportunity to participate. Okay? If you have the ship, obviously you can go in and mine it. If you don't have the ship, you can steal it. All right? And that's not a bad thing. All right? That's not a terrible thing to give people an opportunity to engage, whether or not they buy into the ship. That, to me, is fine. Will the refinery work? Well, that's yet to be determined. Don't know. But at least they will be able to start banking up some of that stuff. All right? And I would imagine that players who have always stated, Tarpy, that they want to start working in the loop. That listen, we've had Karkin up here before. We've had Putz up here before that say, listen, I am completely fine, happy, in fact, if I can start to participate and start to gather up some of that loot. Even if I can't refine it just yet, at least I can start to gain some. And I'm here to tell you, Putz is probably more excited than anybody because he loves to steal stuff. Putz is on the stage. Putz, if you don't have this ship on day one, are you hunting epic transigen?
I am going to try to steal it all. If it's in your cargo, I just consider it mine.
All right. If it's in your cargo, then it's Putz's. This will give the pirates a chance to pick it up. All right. But it is working, just like Jules said. It is the Mirror Universe. It's a 5,000% hazard system that is completely immune. Or that the Serene Squall is completely immune to and no other ships are. By the way, as is with Mirror Universe, your other ships could potentially get a couple of 100% reduction up here, but they're still going to die pretty quick.
But this isn't like the MU in that your protected cargo value is 0.
That is correct.
Right?
No, the Serene Squall actually has what they describe to be as a very healthy protected cargo. We do not know the numbers.
So you have to be using your NX01 to look at the system. Obviously, the first month is going to be great, but you have to be looking in the system with your NX01 when a ship happens to be there and happens to be OPC.
Doesn't have to be first month. I'm going to hop in there first day, and then it's open, and then I can NX01 in there anytime. All right?
Right, but
so, yeah.
Just the chances of seeing someone after the first month. So when everybody else gets this ship in, 2 to 3 months or whatever, the timing of looking in that system when someone is OPC, kind of a crapshoot.
Well, I mean, we don't know. All right, we don't know. They also claim that
we don't know any of this.
This is going to mine really, really fast. So it could be a trickier thing in catching somebody there, but it could also be a tricky thing the other way around, Tarpy, and that you're going to go over cargo before you know it. You know what I'm saying? So we don't really know exactly what that dynamic is going to look like yet. But I mean, just pointing out the possibilities, you are not safe from non-Serene Squalls when you're in this space. Things exist like the Junker and the Borg Cube and the NX-01. These are tools that players are going to be able to use to still participate in the acquisition of Epic Transigen. We're going to continue, Jules, unless you have any other comments.
222 is the next pause.
Now, real quick, Danny, at 5K hazard, you don't think anyone's going to go OPC except the Serene Squall's immune. So the Serene Squall will allow it to be there in perpetuity.
That's a horrible
last
name.
I did remember the last thing I wanted to add. For G3, G4, and G5 players who have no hazard resistance whatsoever, particularly against the Tempest, this actually has this resistance, and this works in the common, uncommon, and rare. So there is an advantage, particularly for our lower G generation players, to use this for their basic transigen because it cannot die there. Do want to move forward the video, though, because there is another thing we got to talk about.
And real quick, thank you for the time piece there. I'm going to throw this into the graphics room. That was a good call out. Danny, or actually Riskbreaker says, hey, we did actually get a mining speed in there. So I'm going to throw this into the graphics room. Of course, we do not know what tier of the ship this exists at, but what we are seeing is a
Move
mining
your
rate.
face box.
Oh, sorry. What we're seeing is a mining rate. Well, that wouldn't matter. We're seeing a mining rate of 900,000 per hour at this tier of the ship, whatever that ship may be. We're looking at roughly 11 million power, it looks like, with a total cargo of 1.4 million. So about wherever that lines up. You're seeing a warp range of 321. So honestly, Jules, I'm going to predict that this is relatively early in that ship's life, probably tier 5-ish. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, about tier 5. This ship is going to have roughly about 900,000 an hour epic mining rate. And of course, for the epic, I'll remind you, that is not I'm not going to say that it's a good rate. It's not a bad rate, but you're not mining epic with a G6. All right. This is the only ship that can mine the epic transigen. So when we're comparing when we're comparing the mining laser that we got with common, uncommon, and rare, it's completely apples and potatoes here. Okay, you can't do a comparison of your G6 Selkie against this mining rate because the Selkie can't mine this. Okay, it can't mine this. So take the Selkie mining laser out of the equation. 900,000 an hour. You're immune to hazards. This is the only way you're going to get it. Okay, it's the only way that you're going to get it. But I would expect that this is roughly tier 5 of this ship, mining 900,000 an hour and ballpark 700,000 protected cargo out of a 1.4 million. This is an Ops 52 account that we are looking at. Alpaca, I'm going to say probably a little bit higher than that. He says 400,000 to 500,000 protected cargo. I'm going to go a little higher and say roughly around 700,000. Okay. And again, Paulo, yeah, you've got the idea. Myro Taran can mine your ships that are mining the epic. Again, take the G6 Selkie, take the G6 rare miners out of the equation. Mining laser doesn't matter on those because they can't mine. Now, the better question, and maybe we'll see this in the video, and we're going to continue to play here in a second. The better question would be, what is this same ship at tier 5? How is it mining the common, uncommon, and rare? That would be interesting to see. But as far as the epic, doesn't matter because nothing else can mine it. Okay? We're going to continue on. Jules, you ready to go?
Yep, 222 is your next pause.
222. Let's continue.
Insulated against transigen tempests, which means that you can linger in hazardous systems as long as you like with full immunity. The Serene Squall has an active ability that provides it with defense from both hostiles and opportunistic players, meaning you no longer have to babysit your miner. One note here, this ability only works when active, mining, and being attacked. It's imperative to activate the ability to reap its benefits. As an added bonus, the ship increases the loot you receive from the new chaser hostiles that attack in transigen space. As you tier.
All right, that is 222.
Okay, so here's a couple things. Yeah, here's a couple things to cover that we just saw there. One, we saw these automated defenses. So to break it down, there is two abilities in one here. When you activate your automated defenses, when you go into the system, your automated defenses actually stay active for a lot longer. What you saw in there briefly was a cooldown, not a duration for the actual automated defense. So it's as long as you're still alive, that automation, I actually don't know the duration. I shouldn't say anything that I don't know.
Well, we do have a screenshot here.
That's a cooldown. That's a cooldown. I think the 1 hour, 21 minutes is a cooldown to activating another one. Oh, I see. I see.
I don't think it is. I think this is the life.
You're right.
So the automated defenses do stick around for a while. The reason that the cooldown matches this is because you can't activate it again while the ability is still active. So again, screenshot, I'm going to throw this in the graphics room. The time is 10:34 p.m. Eastern time. What specifically we are looking at here is the ability of the automated defense at 1 hour, 21 minutes, but also the cooldown up at the top. I would imagine that there is an actual cooldown that exists here, but just like we see with cloaking, you can't re-cloak while your cloak is already up. Okay, so that is showing a cooldown up at the top, but that cooldown matches the ability because you can't reactivate it while the ability is active. So you are going to have the automated defenses for a while. What these automated defenses do, all right, is going to increase your base damage against Suliban hostiles, which are the new chasers.
They're existing chasers.
So these are the existing chasers, okay? And then you're also going to get a 5,000% shield health points repair increase. We don't see the entire list of abilities here, but we do know that there are some PvP abilities as well. Omicron says the cooldown resets when you dock the ship or die. All right. And there is a short cooldown on an Omicron. We've been told there's a cooldown. I just don't know how long it is, but I've been told that it is very, very short. So maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I have been told that this is going to closely mimic the relativity style abilities in which you can pretty much click it anytime you want. Okay. So that is going to get you those extra abilities. Now, what Jules is going to want to point out is, headed back to the research tree, some of this stuff is going to dependent on your level of engagement. Right, Jules?
Yes, or the level of research will actually enhance the ability of the ship against the Suliban auto attackers and also any sort of PvP that you may encounter. So we can see in one of these notes is the Serene Squall automated defenses crit chance boost. What I believe what we saw during the playtest was that the Apex Barrier and Isolate damage were also dependent on the being on a node. And this is the big note. Right at like 2018, 2020, she said that the miner had to be actively on a mining node.
That's correct.
And the ability activated for it to work. Here's the thing. That ability is what actually gives it a boost against the auto attackers. So here is the concept. The concept is that the Serene Squall will not only be able to do all the mining needs that you have for the entire loop, but also while it's sitting there in those systems, being attacked by hostiles, getting you the loot for the other half of the loop. The problem is you have to be on a node for that, which means we may see a lot of Serene Squalls in our current regular, common, uncommon, and rare transition space sitting on a node, regardless of how effective they are on that node, being attacked because they have to be on that node. That may clog up current systems. This is just a warning. It may clog up current systems if you see a lot of Serene Squalls on there. More about the automated defenses as regards to PvP, and this is what you cannot see in this video. What does it do in PvP? Well, it increases a bunch of factors, and I will say from our testing, because we tested it in the Epic Transigen systems, it took a Serene Squall 2 tiers higher was able to defeat a Serene Squall with the automated defenses. What does that mean? Well, that means it's not an invincibility cloak, right? You're not sitting there with a go-home cannon when you activate those things. So you can still be easily killed. We already know, as Putz and Juvia have pointed out, the beam will go around any of those defenses and immediately kill the ship as long as the beam is higher than the whole health of the ship. Probably same with the GS-31. So that is not going to help out in that case. But additionally, it's not that much more powerful that is going to give you some invincibility against warships. So we were talking earlier about a warship coming into the epic systems and having 20 seconds to go and quickly kill. Well, don't worry. Most of your warships will be able to kill these Serene Squalls unless they're up in the upper tiers.
I want to interject there and point out an observation that I am making here with this particular video, and I'm going to try to describe it as best I can for the podcast audience, but there's too much for us to be able to actually screenshot here. So we already know that this is using roughly, this screenshot is different, Jules. This is 10 million, warp 156, so probably tier 3 or tier 4 on this ship here, okay? Now, speaking to the ability of the automated defenses, we also do not know what level of research that this test account is using. But one thing that I'm observing here, Jules, is we are right here in this screenshot at 100% hull health. We were just attacked with automated defenses by only a 46 runner, and we just lost 5% of our hull health, meaning that this thing does not have a super effective long life against these runners, even with automated defenses on. You had mentioned that a Serene Squall only 2 tiers higher was able to overcome the automated defenses. I'm going to probably go ahead, obviously testing necessary, but I'm going to go ahead and say based off this evidence and based off the playtest evidence that the automated defenses probably need to be beefed up a little bit. It's kind of throwing that out there.
If you're looking at a tier 4, this is early G4 range, right? We're looking at 18 tier ship, spanning from shipyard 30 all the way to 70. So tier 4, probably close to, it's actually probably late G3, to be honest with you, because I believe one of the locks is tier 5, would be G4.
Well,
so if a G3 ship can actually hit a level 46 hostile and have that much survivability, I'm not going to say it's bad.
Yeah, that's true. Now, are we sure that tier 5 was what we saw a few moments ago? Because if so, then this is certainly lower than that by at least 1 tier. So if it is able to kill the 46 runners, then let me ask, for those of you G3 or very early G4 out there, having a ship at tier 3, tier 4 that can kill a 46 runner, is that better or worse than what your best warships can do currently within this loop regarding the transigent runners and transports? That may actually be a factor that needs to be looked at. There may be too many unknown variables at this particular stage for us to know that. So again, for an Ops 46, an Ops 60, an Ops 58, an Ops 70, maybe not a big deal, okay? Maybe this image or this observation doesn't have a lot of bearing, but for an Ops 40 or a 42, then this actually could be very, very important data for you to examine right here. So do be aware of that. Forgotten Sex says, my 45 account can barely kill a 42. Well, if that's the case, here's a 46 runner that only took about 5% off of this ship that is immune to hazards. So now you're not dying to the hazard, but you can focus all of your hull against the runners and transports. That may be a benefit here. And this is one of the things that I was talking about earlier, Jules. Like, we're talking about the mining, we're talking about the faction mining, we're talking about the material mining and the transigent mining for uncommon, common, and rare. But there were other benefits to this ship. And again, like I have indicated earlier, I do believe that this ship is going to have stronger benefits. I'm sorry?
Sorry. I forgot to mute.
Thanks. Okay. That's all right. I'm going to indicate that this ship probably has larger ability or larger benefits, larger percentage benefits, especially for younger players, G4, G5. Now, Fatal Wood agrees with me from last month. The canister refinery sucks anyway. I'm not going to say it sucks, but it doesn't provide anything new, right? It's just more of the same. So not necessarily a bad thing. And if you can get more, that is going to speed along the artifact refinery. But that wouldn't be reason enough for me to 100% buy into this ship. Okay? That in and of itself is not enough reason for me to buy into the ship, but there are still yet a few more. Jules, are we ready to proceed or anything else that you would like to call out?
Nope, we can proceed.
All right.
And let me see. The second stop point is 246.
Here we go.
from the new chaser hostiles that attack in transigen space. As you tier it up, you'll even unlock Instant Warp, giving you a head start whenever a fresh epic node appears. The Serene Squall will be available in the store on day 1 and can also be earned through the Transigen Refinery over time. Owning the Serene Squall grants access to the Epic Transigen Refinery. The Epic Transigen Refinery has a Serene Squall strongbox packed with upgrade parts, research materials, speed-ups, refined transigen of other rarities,
So here's your pause.
Yep.
Yes, this is what I want to explain. So in this, we see some speed-ups. These do change to Sigma when you become G6. Mining Bulkhead is your upgrading of your ship. The Black Market Schematics is your research. Transigen Forge Dust, as we have discovered, is a research node in the Star Path tree that actually unlocks a Transigen Forge bonus chest, which gives you a lot of other refined transigen stuff. So you want the dust. This also unlocks the FKR jump drives. So getting a drip is actually, for this, is going to give you those FKR ship jump drives faster. So if you're a free-to-play player or a low-spend player and you're not willing to buy those, the Forge Dust to get those jump drives, this is a free-to-play drip here by just unlocking the Serene Squall. And of course, this will increase by tier. The last two things that we see here are uncommon artifact choice tokens and rare artifact choice tokens. This is going to be a new bundle. One of the things that we saw with the Transigen Refinery is a massive increase in the amount of artifact shards you can be gaining. The wide range of the artifact shards, basically almost all of them, I think it was about 80% of the artifact shards were available. And this is going to give you even more, and it's going to be a choice. So you're going to get a greater amount, but only 1 or 2 artifacts at a time. So if you liked how much you were getting of the master artifact shards, this new choice bundle is going to give you at least, a similar bulk amount, but maybe of a different artifact that you're trying to upgrade that one specifically. Any notes, thoughts?
Though I've been running through chat, a couple of people asked about the refinery cost. So when you're looking at the raw epic, okay, what we see, at least from this screenshot, and again, do be aware that this is the Tier 5 refinery. We already saw a Tier 5 ship mining. Don't know what system it is, because we do also know that there's different base speeds of epic. But we're looking at roughly an hour's worth of mining the epic. We saw a mining speed of 900,000. A single pull here is going to be 800,000. A double pull, nearly 5 million, 4.8 million of the raw epic transigen in order to get a double refine. I would imagine, Jules, that a lot of us are going to start with a single refine. That's going to pay 25 refined epic transigen. Then if you go into the strong box, you see the bane of my existence. You see,
Which is
that this chest costs 26. Now, that's weird. Okay? That is stupid weird. However, I am going to assume.
That's funny.
I am going. Now, here's the deal. You mine the first day. Chances are there's going to be events. There's probably going to be some stuff that's being paid out, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. All right. If there wasn't anything given, then nobody is pulling this on day 1. However, on day 2, then you have 50, you're going to spend 26. On day 3, you're going to have 51, you're going to spend 26. Or 49, you're going to spend 26. So day 1, you're going to skip. But then for the next 25 days, you're going to be able to do a pull. I have to assume one of two things. One, I have to assume that there's going to be events or something that is going to pay epic refined transigen on day 1. Or there's going to be a welcome gift, or there's going to be something. Or the second assumption is this is a mistake from the test environment and it's going to be corrected upon implementation. All right. Or I guess third, right, is that it's legitimate and every 25 days you're going to skip a day. What? Why? What, Jules? I don't get that. All right, but I do observe that. The contents of this strong box I'm actually not unhappy with. I'm kind of cool with this. I like the fact that I'm getting more uncommon and rare refined transigen. This is actually going to make it a lot easier for me to ignore a previous portion of this loop. I already said last month that the runners were not something I was focused on, right? I'm not focused on those canisters. I'm not focused on the containment. I'm just doing the mining piece of this. This is actually going to give me even more opportunity to skip that. Now, if you're a min-maxer, I understand. If you're a min-maxer, you're going to want to do it all, and this is just going to be more of the stuff you could get. But you are going to be able to skip the uncommon and rare canisters from the runners and the transports in lieu of what comes in this strong box. Not to mention, this ship will also give you a boon in fighting those same transports and runners, so you should still be able to get some of those pulls occasionally, but this is going to give you some more of that stuff. Then, of course, Sigma speed up's always a good thing. I am going to praise the fact that we got Transigen Dust in here as a guarantee, because somehow I have the most amazing RNG, and I've got like 12 of that. I mean, how much Transigen Forge Dust do you guys have? Because I have not pulled jack. I'm like Tim Russ and Spaceballs, and I'm like, man, we ain't found. No, sorry, wrong button. We ain't found. All right, I've gotten none.
That was pretty appropriate.
All right, I don't have none. I got nothing. How are you guys doing with it? Are you guys pulling this stuff? Because either I'm doing something wrong, all right, or I just have the worst RNG. I don't even think I own any. Guys, look, I have 0. I don't have any. Look at my inventory. There's none. Unless it's in the other tab. Could be in the other tab. Let's check there. It's probably not, though. I'm pretty sure it's a material.
I say, DJ, I've only pulled that.
I've got 52. 52. 52. How much you got, Putz?
I pulled it once, and I think I have like 16 or 12 or something, but I've seen it once.
Epically miserable. So, myself, I am actually very, very pleased to see a guarantee in this particular lockbox. The issue is just going to be keeping the refinery going, and that is, Jules, going to take about an hour of mining in a day, and that's a tier 5.
So just speaking of hard outs, Drink, you have 9 minutes left.
Let's continue with our video.
We're not going to get done in 9 minutes.
Yeah. There's only 2 minutes left in the video. We got this. Let's go.
Stop at 320.
Transigen Forge Dust, uncommon and rare artifact choice tokens, as well as shards for S&W Black Ops Chapel, with rewards improving as the ship's tier increases. This refinery also features refinery boxes for the Gorn Eviscerator, SS Revenant, NSEA Protector, NX-01, Borg Cube, and USS Relativity.
Tell me what this is, Jules.
Ignore them. Straight up ignore them right now.
Wait, what? No. You're going to have to back up and tell players why they're ignoring them. What is this?
Because our first look at them, they were irrelevant.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I have an update for you. I'm sorry. Okay, I will now tell you. I forgot to update you. I'm sorry. What you saw was actually off by a factor of 100. Now, you saw something. You saw X. I saw X times 100. Okay? X times 100 is the proper amount. So whatever you saw, multiply it by 100, and do you feel differently about them now?
I will tell players that this is supposed to be similar to the X-Borg efficiency bundles. Even though the icon looks like it's an efficiency research, it actually is just the loops materials that you would gain doing normal things. And you would get a little bit of an extra thing. If you remember the X-Borg efficiency bundles, they were really only good once you maxed the ship. And even then, like, you would only pull 1 or 2 of those. This is going to be very similar, where it may only be good until you get to the upper ship tiers where you have maxed the ship, and they could help kind of close that loop up until that ship gets archived. That is my last sentence on that, because the values of the things inside those bundles were laughable.
They were abysmal. I didn't see the actual numbers, but I received a memo that said that they were accidentally displaying 1% of what they were supposed to be. So that to say that neither Jules or I know what the final numbers are going to be. But again, hey, I'm just going to say this lightly and laughably and politely. Kudos to them for sharing the data early, because this was identified in the playtest and identified in early data analysis, and they did action on it. But I do not know what the final numbers are going to be. Jules got to see the bad numbers. Then I got a memo that they were increased by 10,000% or something like that. They were basically 1% of what they were supposed to be, so they were increased by a factor of 100. I haven't seen what those numbers are. It might still not be good enough, but Jules is right in their intent, which is this is X Borg tree efficiency bundles 2.0. Okay, Maxenheimer said, "Who identified if it wasn't Jules?" It actually was Jules. and yes, that's why I say worth acknowledging, worth an attaboy there, okay, that Scopely shared this data with us early and reiterated on a design error before launch. Okay, so that is nice. I'm happy with that, and I appreciate that. What was the Silent Hostiles one? The Silent Hostiles one is probably, hopefully, it's that currency that goes into your temporal refinery. All right, which I would be thrilled to death with, because how hard is it to get that stuff? When you go up there, now, I'm not complaining, but my cargo, maybe I'm complaining a tiny bit, but my cargo always fills up with broken parts way faster than it does the silent loot, right? So personally, I'm actually very much looking forward to that. That's right, Guru. It's an easy grind, but it is a little bit of a PETA, because you fill up on parts, and the parts ratio to the silent loot is way less. Now, LASIK says use your junker. Hell, that would be great if my junker could kill him. My junker can't yet. My junker can't yet. It's only tier 10. Leave me alone.
Look up the 70s. Say use your junker.
Use your max tier 27 junker. I can't do that yet. Mash says that's because you're the 13th best content creator. Well, fine. I don't have a max junker, so mine can't kill the level 68.
He moved up to 12.
And I did? Well, hot damn. All right. Continuing on.
Refinery also features refinery boxes for the Gorn Eviscerator, SS Revenant, NSEA Protector, NX-01, Borg Cube, and USS Relativity, providing ship parts and related materials. The contents of these boxes are dependent on the tier of each individual vessel and are not dependent on the tier of the Serene Squall. Best of all, you can source artifact shards directly from the refinery instead of waiting on a random rotation, making it easier than ever to chase artifacts such as Data's Mask, Khan's Necklace, the Crenum Time Weapon, and many more. The full list of artifacts will be included in the official patch notes for Update 81. Update 81 also introduces new research found in the Starship.
Small pause, short pause. There was an image of a Kirshara on one of the bundles. Just saying.
Going back.
Like 320-ish, 322-ish, yeah.
Backing up just a little
Kirshara,
bit.
Artifacts. Epic, you went too far back. 322.
Ooh. Wait. Yeah, there it is.
I'm just saying.
The Epic.
And the DTI temporal device, they did not announce those in the patch notes. Or not the patch notes. They didn't announce those in the preview. And she did say there's a full list. So here is your sneak peek at 2 artifacts that will become available.
That actually also looks like the Crenum Time Weapon. That's a Crenum Time Weapon in there, too.
Yes. I think she mentioned the Crenum Time Weapon.
Oh.
But I'm just going to say that there is a lot of other artifacts in there. I did say earlier, the common, uncommon, and rare bundles offer about 80% of all artifacts in the game. Will we see the last 20%?
Quite possibly. Things that make you go,
rotation, making it easier than ever to chase artifacts such as Data's Mask, Khan's Necklace, the Crenum Time Weapon, and many more. The full list of artifacts will be included in the official patch notes for Update 81. Update 81 also introduces new research found in the Starship's tree that allows transigen to count as ore, gas, and crystal for daily mining goals. Think of it working like freebooters did for hostile goals. The Serene Squall streamlines your mining dailies into a single activity. The Serene Squall can be upgraded using the Strongbox bundle in the Transigen Refinery. And that's your sneak peek at the Serene Squall, the newest ship coming in Star Trek Fleet Command. Keep an
Why are we pausing there?
Because there's nothing else. There's no other content other than her wrapping up. So that's the end of the video, and I'll.
Oh my gosh! And I've got 20 seconds. All right, that's it.
Okay.
Hard out. We've got a hard out at 11 p.m. I'm just kidding. But in all fairness,
it's worth the unlock. It's worth the unlock if you are concerned about artifacts sourcing, Transigen Forge Dust, and trying to button up your loop.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
They said for sourcing, they said coming soon. Does that mean that we will have day one sourcing?
She did not say coming soon. What she specifically said is in the refinery over time. So that is guaranteed day one acquisition or guaranteed blueprint acquisition. It will be in the refinery, and you will be earning it over time, predictably, probably at about 100 days. Don't know the number, but you will start earning blueprints on day one.
Cool. I just wanted you to clear that up, that we were going to get blueprints on day one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Curzito says, guess I'll keep doing my dailies because that's about all there is for Op 70. Womp womp. Again, I am trying to stay objective about this. I am not. Here's my biggest complaint, if I'm being straight up. Now, and I know that there's nothing that they could have done about this because this arc was designed at minimum 3 to 4 months ago. But I complained last month that we had 3 mining loops or 3 mining currencies and 2 hostile loops. That's 5 currencies that we had to grind last month. And this month they're adding 2 more. All right. And yes, by the way, 2 more. I probably just made a leak. There's the epic Transigen. All right. But there's another one. So we're up to 7. We're going to be up to 7. And to me, that's a lot, so that is my not super exciting piece. You know what I'm saying? Like, and Jules, that's what I was going to say at the very beginning. Like, we took an arc that nobody liked, but because of the events. But even then, when we were teaching about Transigen in the beginning, we kind of said, hey, go in, focus on the first 3. Focus on common, uncommon, and rare Transigen and the mining, and ignore the hostile piece of this. All right? Because it was too much. But now we see, this ship is supposed to make the canisters and the containment a little bit easier, but we're adding another mining currency. And I just accidentally leaked number 7 currency. Okay? So I'm not a fan of that. And that's why I kind of say, this month, just it doesn't feel like it feels like this was my comment to the staff. As tone deaf as part 1 felt, and I acknowledge their development cycle, they couldn't have changed part 2. Like, it has to roll, Jules. Okay? It has to roll. It was too late to do anything major about it. But who looked at this 6 months ago and said, hey, let's give them 7 currencies inside a 7-layered loop? Like, who thought that was a good idea? Because I would have said, huh? That's just me. All right. And that is my biggest disappointment. All right. And by the way, Dragon Keeper, Tiger's loops weren't like this. Tiger had a bunch of currencies, but they were all sourceable and earnable within one basic activity. Okay? This is 7 unique things. And I don't like it. No, Dragon Keeper, it's different. Tiger builds everything into one action. All right, it's different. Look at the Krenum invading entities, the Krenum solo armadas, and those. That's the invading entities, 2 currencies, but 1 activity, 1 thing. So and KJ says the Reliant was not 1 action. I would argue that it was. Although I guess you're right. No, it really isn't, is it? Because it's one hostile. Yeah, it's multiple hostiles.
I would argue it is 1 because you won't need multiple hostiles if you progress through the way the tag are designed.
Well, that's true.
As you're going through, you are building up your Reliant. You're hitting the tier 3 hostiles. You're getting a bunch of common. In fact, I have almost 500 million common now.
Yeah.
And that's not because I'm trying to hit common. That's because I'm trying to hit the uncommon. Now I've got over 250 million of uncommon because I'm trying to hit rare. And eventually, as I get all the way up to its max tier, I will be so deep in the inventory that the Reliant has successfully 1 ship solved that
taking
loop.
care of the whole loop. I actually don't disagree. I am now starting to auto grind rare with it. And in doing so, I no longer have to grind any common or even uncommon. I've got enough uncommon every single day, and I haven't gone and ground common at all. I am auto-grinding the rare. I still have to manually grind the epic. I'm auto-grinding rare, and it's given me plenty of everything that's downwind. So, I don't know. I do. It feels different, okay? It feels a little different. But all that to say, this is one big thing, all right? And it's going to allow players to participate in this. Listen, you might find super great value in the artifacts, and I don't want to discourage anybody from the ship. Honestly, the ship probably looks about as good as it could be. All right, I'm just not a fan of like this whole big thing. All right, this whole big thing. Even I said last month the loop wasn't terrible, but I still, I kind of thought about something that somebody said in chat. DJ says the loop isn't bad, but he's also suggesting you ignore half of it. It's not that I was suggesting you ignore half of it, but if you weren't up for that piece of the challenge, right? If you didn't have that capability, I'm not trying to ignore half of it because I can do it. So if you're early on in this transition loop, then it may be that you've got to ignore those canisters, but not anymore. Okay, and that's why I say for early level players, the Serene Squall probably has an even better value for you than it does for players like me, Jules, or Cruzito. All right, because this ship is going to give you the capability of hitting those canisters automatically. It is going to give you the capability of ignoring the hazards, which a lot of people complained about last month. Tons and tons and tons of people complained about having to deal with the hazards. Guess what? Serene Squall totally and predictably solves that problem. All right, so if you've got extra ability for G4 and G5, by the way, not G6, but if G4 and G5 can now mine faster, mine immune to hazards, and get a boost against killing the hostiles, well, that takes care of this loop and wraps a pretty nice little bow on it. The Serene Squall is your 100%, and I will agree with how they were presenting it, it is your one-stop ship for the transition loop if you struggled with it before. If you're a G6 player, you're not struggling with the mining. If you're a G6 player, you're not likely struggling with the hostiles. So now the ship becomes only about the epic stuff, right? And that is going to be where you got to decide if your value is in it for you or not, is in that epic stuff, okay? But for G4 and G5, I would argue that this ship has a great deal of value. And maybe, Jules, for me, my biggest frustration here is that I want value too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want a little bit of value here too. But I can't see this thing being better than my G6 miner. I can't see this thing making a huge difference early against the 68 level hostiles. So for me, I'm looking more at what else does it give me? Does this now actually become a refinery ship? Dragon Keeper says you only need the ship at tier 1. No, because the refinery has to improve over time. So you still, this for me, as an Op 68, the ship feels like an eviscerator, a ship that I'll never use in combat, but will use for the refinery. And by the way, I'm going to remind you, the refinery is valuable to me because of transigen forge dust, because of extra artifact shards, because of Sigma speed ups. Those things are valuable to me. But I won't use the ship to get them. To me, this is a refinery ship. To G4 and G5, it is very likely to be a very strong utility-based ship. All right. So a couple of things there. Jules, do you have anything to wrap up on or any other insights that you want to give? And I'm going to scour my notes real quick. While you gather your thoughts, I'm going to throw out a couple of facts. This is, by definition, a G4 epic survey ship.
G3. G3.
They said G4 in the memo. Is it G3?
They said G3 in their article.
All right. My development notes indicate G4. I don't know that actually matters. It probably is technically a G3.
It does to combat because there's so much combat for G4, G5, G6 ships.
Well, that will be interesting. My notes say that it's a G4 survey ship. It does unlock at Shipyard 30, which does seem like it probably makes it a G3, but the Borg Cube is different too. All right, just throwing that out there.
Yep. I agree with you.
So there is a little bit of
their article.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to go back and double check that. The immediate jump drive does not unlock until tier 5. So the immediate jump that we saw the research for, that will require tier 5 in the ship to get there. Let's see if I have anything else.
Yes. Last thing, tier 10, which is likely G5, you will then be able to gain Strange New Worlds, Black Ops, Chapel shards. Officer is
she reveal
exclusive. She did. It's in the video and highlighted in the video with text.
I missed.
So don't worry, that's not a leak.
I was getting ready to say I've been very much avoiding the Chapel conversation.
I will not. It is G5.
Where was that? Where was that?
I don't have a timestamp. I will have to pull that video back up.
I was looking for Chapel. We do have a new Chapel officer then.
Oh, it's in the actual article too. Unlock Strange New Worlds Black Ops Chapel once your Squall hits tier 10.
There you go.
She will show up in the strong box essentially, and then you'll be able to gain officer shards from that. So yeah, there in the epic transition refinery
Unlock
list.
Strange New Worlds Black Ops Chapel once your Serene Squall hits tier 10. There you go. Okay. As far as what Strange New Worlds Black Ops Chapel does, well, I guess that remains to be seen. Anywho, that is about all I've got for preview night. Let's come back full circle. We are a few minutes over time, but I'm not going to rush this off. It's been actually a really good educational segment. No fluff here. So I'm going to come around the panel. We'll answer questions from the chat. I am going to be a little flexible with my heart out because honestly, it did serve its purpose, Jules. We are finished with the majority of our content only 12 minutes late. So we'll spend a few minutes, go round the horn on thoughts, questions, comments, first from our panel and then from the chat. Jules, first up with you, over, under, what's your original sentiment and what are you looking forward to and or not looking forward to? Does the ship look like an early win for players?
What I'm looking forward to is what comes with the unlock of the ship, and that is specifically artifact sourcing and the new artifact choice bundles. What those do is give you a very large injection of one artifact, and that's really exciting to me, including, I can't say including because she did not reveal the list. But I'm very excited about some of the things that she's included that will give you a big injection. What I am not excited for, as many players are not excited for, to actually replace what you're doing for the loop will require quite a bit of upgrading the ship. To me, that is not the reason for me to acquire the ship, is to eventually upgrade it. the day one unlock is where I see the most value in that ship. But I will also say could be one of the first ships that has come out that has not had enough of an influence, particularly if I'm good on artifacts. That gives me a reason to purchase the ship. So this could be a skippable ship if artifacts are not your problem, and the transition loop does not give you something exciting that you want to expedite.
I will put an asterisk on that because nobody's done with mastery artifacts. Nobody. All right. So even the whaliest of whales are not done with that. Now, whether or not that provides the value, all right, it may be to be determined. Okay. But if you value, it's not whether or not you're good with, but if you value the mastery artifacts, then this is the only way to significantly fast track.
Let me put it on a scale. Let me put it on a scale for you. You recently talked to JB, James Bond, on your podcast, and he was very much into understanding the slow drip and ignoring any spin mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
He's on one end of the spectrum. He's saying, I will get those master artifacts as I get them. He's happy with his sourcing of my master artifacts. He's not going to care about the ship.
Agreed.
Especially day one, right? And there's another scale that says, I want the master artifacts maxed now so I can get more rare ship parts and more Sigma speed ups.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other end of that spectrum. There is many players along that spectrum, including myself, who say, hey, my 32 shards per day that I'm getting right now by mining only rare transigen is enough for me.
Right.
And I'm happy with that progression I'm getting there. And the rest of my artifacts are already maxed. I don't really care. This is good progression for me. So on that level, I'm like 60% not buying the ship because I'm good with my artifacts. I'm good with at least my income on artifact shards. And I may be okay not having to have injections put into them by spending $100 on a ship I don't want.
Well, on the other hand, this provides, or somewhat, Jules, in your own words, describes the type of monetization that I'm usually not opposed to, which is, hey, we've got the core piece of the arc that we can do. Just like Wrath of Khan, we can do it, okay? Everybody can participate in it, but this tool makes it faster. This tool makes it easier. This one may not be quite as shiny as a fully maxed epic officer who's widely influential in the game, such as Joaquin. All right. But it does provide the same core mechanic. For the sake of argument, Jules, I'm simply going to say that, as you just said, I'm doing what I need to do already, and I'm satisfied with my level of progression. But for a player who said, hey, listen, I can do it too, but I want to do it faster, this tool lets me do that. That is, by Talking Trek's definition, acceptable monetization. That everybody can participate in it, but this tool just makes it faster. That, to me, does not bode poorly. I think, personally, I somewhat agree with you that I don't know that the ship is going to provide me enough value or enough utility with this whole grand scheme of transigen for me to want to go in and work on 7 currencies. All right? And we haven't even revealed number 7 yet. There's a 7th one coming, guys. And we'll know more. We'll be able to tell you more probably Monday night. So you've got all of these things, all of which, admittedly, this ship is going to assist you with, okay? And when I say that this is copy pasta of Mirror Universe, I mean that. So you guys can spend the next 72 hours thinking about what currency number 7 could be, but I'm telling you, it's exactly the flipping same. And that, to me, maybe if I'm, and Cruzito's going to bust my chops for this, that may be what's coloring me here a little bit, Jules. That I'm disappointed that it's completely unoriginal. Maybe the ship is fine. Maybe the model is fine. Maybe it speeds up progression, but it doesn't eliminate anybody from participating. Normally, I would be very happy with that, but I am bored with this model. I'm bored with this design, and therefore I feel my first glance is disappointed because I wanted something fresh, new, and exciting. All right. The ship itself, if I'm being very abstract about it, Cruzito, it's probably fine. Just like I said about the transition loop. It's fine. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's just fine. Okay? This is going to be the exact same thing. It's fine. It doesn't piss me off. It doesn't make me excited. It just is. And I think for me, a piece of that is the disappointment with a boring model, a repeatable copy-paste loop. And that's what I'm not super happy about. Let's continue around the panel. Tarpy, your first reactions. This is the first time you're seeing any of this. How do you feel?
I always want to not be the eternal pessimist. People were mad about the refinery for all the ships in game earlier today, and I was like, okay, why are we mad? If it's bad, it's still more progress in those loops than you had before the ship came out. So I don't see how it's worse than what we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
And at least for that specific aspect. And I can also see this as a upper G6 player, just hit 69 today.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I didn't mean to do it. But the idea is that we tell G3 players, oh yeah, not everything's meant for you. Just go to G4, G5.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, as an upper G6 player, I'm also like, well, not every piece of content needs to be made for me.
Yeah.
And I don't feel this is specifically made for me or anyone near my ops.
Yeah.
Because I have a tier 9 Selkie. I don't need to have a new miner, except for hazards. But so I'm just kind of I want to see what else is in the entire month before I just completely poo on everything that Scopely is putting out.
Fair enough. I found the ability. Hey, Natu, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. By the way, let me just say a couple of quick thank yous because Shelby and Lost In went on a little back and forth here a little while ago. Shelby dropped like 11 or 12 subs, and Lost In dropped another 12 or 10 subs. Thank you for that very much. Appreciate that. Shadowed Fox, thank you for your hydrate. Mickey, welcome. Mickey, a brand new first-time subscriber. Welcome. Welcome to Talking Track. Welcome to the Litter Box. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. Forgotten Sex says it feels like a catch-up mechanic. For artifacts, it largely is. Okay, that I have argued is the primary output of this, even last month. The primary output is artifacts, and a very nice secondary output will be the instant warps, the instant jump drives for all of these. Me personally, I'm very excited about that. I hate waiting. All right. By the way, Jules, I am going to spend an extra few minutes and Putz, I don't mean to, it matters. I'll come to you too for the rest of the Round the Horn, and I'll do questions. But I just found a loophole that will allow me to tell you about the 7th currency because it was in Beck's video. We all looked over it. We all looked over it, and I just found it. No. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Epic Suliban Loot. I may not tell you a little bit about it or everything about it, but there is loot number 7. Epic Suliban Loot. It is in the game. This is now your 3rd hostile loot and 4 mining loots. That is a total of 7. Okay. There are your extra loots right there. I'm going to play through this, and I want to take a look at the second or the 3rd slide. We're going to use that raw transigen in the transigen refinery to unlock the rewards. The loot from the chasers, these new Suliban chasers. I probably shouldn't go into a whole lot of detail, but anyway, there's new Suliban loot, and it will have its own refinery bundle as well. Okay, that is where I will leave it for now, since it is in the game here. We didn't get slide.
Hey, while you're on that image, go back to that image you just had.
Refine raw epic transigen in the transigen refinery to unlock exclusive rewards, including Serene Squall upgrades, specialty ship efficiencies, artifacts, and more. What I see in this image, Jules Verne, appears to be a form of exocomp, which could be some efficiencies. I see a couple of other little thingerbobbers All right. Can anybody identify what you actually see on the screen? And I am going to throw this image into the graphics room. Timestamp 11:23 p.m. Eastern time. Jules, what are the items that we actually see?
A building exocomp.
There is indeed.
What was
a building?
There's also a research exocomp, and we had a research exocomp. What did that research exocomp do?
They were significantly good at reducing the time spent. If I'm not mistaken, they were several 100%.
800% research speed reduction. Well, not reduction, but 800% to
efficiency.
Research speed, efficiency. And there's now a building icon in there. Very,
very nice. Like that. So we do see some interesting new exos there. Those could be anything. All right, but we have seen the introduction of some of these exos last month. It would be nice to see those again. That's right. Divine is pointing out the stem bolts, which is a new artifact. So this is sourcing. What? No, I didn't know it. The artifact was already in the game from last month. Okay, don't freak me out like that. The stem bolt was released last month, so we do see a stem bolt in here, which I would imagine is going to be sourcing from the epic transigen. That's right. The self-sealing stem bolt is there. What are the two things on the right? I don't know. I don't know what these things are. Anybody else have an idea? I don't know. 4 mining loops, 3 hostile loots, 2 canisters, and a partridge in a trek tree.
Out of curiosity.
What?
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
If you go back to the refinery that they show, by the way, ads.
I saw it. Yeah, I got it.
Never mind.
I'm on it.
You snoozed it. Where they show the refinery. This is the other thing that I hope is decent. There. With the lat in it. This is the other thing that I look at this and I'm like, oh, this might not actually be the worst. That one. Mining the epic with the ship does give you some some uncommon and some rare refined transigen. So what this also kind of shows me is that I don't necessarily have to mine uncommon and rare as much if I'm using the ship. So I can also...
see, I look at that the opposite. I say, I don't have to hit as many hostiles. But you know what? Maybe that's a silver lining. Maybe we get to choose what we do and don't do. Maybe you don't want to do the mining. I don't want to do the hostiles. This ship will help us replace either and or because both of these currencies are available here. I would rather leave it the mining. At least that's somewhat passive than grinding the hostiles. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I guess the hostiles are auto grind
if your
too.
server hits a lot of OPC.
Well, that's true.
So
but for me, I struggled more hitting the higher level of canisters. You see what I'm saying? Like we remember talking about this. Of course, they did somewhat solve that by adding runners into the level 64 system, but that was a problem for a lot of players. So for me, the hostiles appear to be more of a pain in the butt. I think I'd rather mine, but I don't know. All right. Demon says passive only if you have hazard resistance. Well, two notes on that. One, as a G6, I did have some, but even if you didn't, Demon, you still got 40 minutes. All right. That's passive. That's not active mining. 41 minutes is passive mining. Okay. But secondly, this ship, if you do engage with the Squall, well, it's going to be immune. So you can mine as long as you want. To be honest with you, my gut reaction says bump up the research for the mining speeds on the common, uncommon, and rare transigen. Bump those up and run full protected cargo. We've already seen that this ship has a pretty daggone high base protected cargo. So running full cargo protection is probably going to get you most of your cargo. I mean, we saw that base on this ship was probably around 50%. All right. So, yeah, look right here in this screenshot, which we had in the graphics room a little bit earlier. Well, maybe I didn't put it in there. So I'll throw this in the graphics room right now, timestamp 11:27. This is what we predict to be a tier 4 ship, which is showing Captain Pike as captain. So we know they're probably not running cargo protection. All right. And this is showing a cargo capacity of 1.4, and probably approximately a protected cargo of between 600,000 and 700,000. I'm going to imagine, Jules, that appears to be base, given the captain that's on the ship. No, it's 1.4. There is a decimal there. I'm going to imagine that Pike being the captain there would indicate that they're not running enhanced protection. So I'm going to assume that protected cargo there is going to be between 600,000 and 700,000 on its base for a tier 4. Meaning that if you ran a full protection crew, you can probably get close to maxing this thing out. Like full cargo protected. So that, I think, can also be a benefit to somebody who's going to use this in a niche scenario, right? So I think that is something that we could look at too. Let me continue around the horn. Matters.
I'm pretty sure that's 14. I don't think there's a decimal point there.
There's definitely a decimal point there, guys.
There's a tiny decimal point.
I see it.
Yeah, it's definitely there. Sorry.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah,
that's really disappointing.
It's tier 4. I mean, it might get bigger.
It doesn't matter. It's supposed to be massive.
Well,
that's what she said.
Well, tier 4 is still a G3 ship. How big of a cargo do G3 miners get?
Yeah, how big is a G3 miner? Is it 1.4 million? And it certainly doesn't have protected cargo at 700,000. I can tell you that.
I'm proud of that one.
All right, yeah, that was a good one.
Fair point. Fair point.
All right, yeah, that is massive for G3. All right, Matters, round the horn. We've given you your first look at the Serene Squall tonight. How are you feeling? You're gonna piss everybody off, so just go ahead and rip that Band-Aid off.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll get the ship for sure.
Of course.
I'm looking forward to seeing how good it can be and how awesome it can be, and telling everyone to sit down and be wrong.
All right, thank you.
As I pay attention to all the parts and get as many as I can, and not ignore event stores when they show up in there, and make mine bigger than everybody else's.
There you go. Now, Divine says 1.4 million for a max refine of 5 million. Again, that's stretch. That is stretch. And we did only see tier 5. This is a tier 18 ship. Okay? This is a tier 18 ship. So it's going to continue.
But to his point, that refinery is based on your tier ship.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Means...
And I wouldn't expect very many more tools regarding this. Oh, well, no, I'll take that back. We've still got months. There's probably going to be more.
We haven't had stretch goals.
Oh, good.
Go ahead.
Go for it. All right, you have to max the cargo 4 times
for the stretch goal.
Each for the stretch goal
daily, which is going to be about 4 hours. Yep.
The last time we had a stretch goal like that was the Vidar refinery, or maybe, depending on how you think about it.
Oh, even the Reliant refinery. Reliant
exactly.
It was big stretch goal. But look what Jules just said a little bit ago. He's hitting the doubles now. So.
Right. Yeah. So it's like we haven't had the feeling of an actual stretch goal in years. Because we've had so many loot officers, we've had so many loops that are designed to not have stretch goals like that we just have the feeling that everything is mandatory to full pull every single time.
Well, that's true. I will, in fairness, come out and be like, guys, it's a stretch. It is a stretch goal. All right? It's not meant for you to come out and knock it out on day 1, Divine. Okay? This ship is meant to very reliably, and to be honest with you, even an hour is too much, but it is meant to sustain single pulls. Okay? Let's see. Putz, you're the last one on the panel. Then we're going to spend a couple of minutes with the audience, and we're going to bounce out of here. Your first reaction, Putz, on Flashpoint Part 2.
So I'm really glad that they are going to have a sourcing path day 1. The only thing I'm worried about is that this whole overarching thing is supposed to be 6 months. And if we do the math and we take 100 days, that means the free-to-play is not getting it until the first week of month 5 out of 6. of this overarching arc. I hope that it is actually a G3 ship, and maybe it's only 100 parts or 100 blueprints. You know, I would love to see. I'm putting positivity out there. I would love to see this ship to be able to be unlocked, free to play, starting at the beginning of month 4, so that we have the last 3 months of this overarching arc to actually play around with the ship.
I would say don't count on that. Sorry.
No, I'm just.
I think I'm trying to find. I feel like we saw it. Here it is. Yeah, it's here. It takes 200 blueprints. It was in the video.
Okay, well, they've done multifaceted approach on how to source the epic officer of the month. I would challenge them. I would love to see even if it's not month 1, but maybe month 2, because they move slowly. But it would be really nice to be able to see a multifaceted approach and get some other blueprints to speed it up just a little bit, just so that we could have it. I don't know, for half or maybe at least all of the last 2 months.
Well, we'll see. I can't answer that. My expectation is your typical 100-day cycle. Circling back to a point that Jules made a little bit ago, I am going to go ahead and sit down. My notes did indicate 4-star. The test server does indicate 3-star there. So that is definitely something to acknowledge as well. Let me come to the chat for just a couple of moments. Jules, before we get ready to wrap up, and I'm going to wrap up on the podcast and do a closing, but I invite you not to leave yet because I am going to wrap up on Twitch. We'll turn your sound alerts back on because I know there's a bunch of those queued up. I can see a bunch of that. So we'll spend a couple of minutes in Twitch as we get ready to wrap up after the end of the taping of the podcast. So let me just come to the chat very quickly and answer your questions here in the chat for the next 3-4 minutes. I'll give you guys an opportunity to ask your questions here in the chat. What do you got? Balabom says, any word on the 1950 problem? What is the 1950? Jules, what's the 1950 problem? I don't know what the 1950 problem is. Matt says Alliance tournament new items. We talked about those. What is your question, Matt? They are good. Yay. Jado says, would you buy the ship, DJs?
That's a long response.
I don't know. Here's why that's a little bit unfair. Okay? Here's a little bit unfair. They're going to give it to me, so I wouldn't necessarily judge whether or not I'm going to buy it. They're going to give it to me. Let me put it this. I will not likely pay to upgrade it. You remember, I paid to upgrade the Relativity. I paid to upgrade the Junker. I did not pay to upgrade the Eviscerator. I am not likely to pay to upgrade this ship. So, Carissa, even though, I'm going to get the ship for free, the question, would I buy it or would I not? That question, take that out and read between the lines when I say, would I pay to upgrade the ship? Because I would pay to upgrade a ship if I love it. Omicron says, would you buy it if you were over Op 64? Well, I'm Op 68, and I don't feel convinced. Jules, you're Op 70 or 69, 70. You're 70 now, right? Would you buy it? Are you going to buy it? You said you were 60% not, right? You're on the fence.
I'm on the fence.
We're on the fence. I think we need to see a little bit more. Okay?
You will both have one within 15 days of today.
Yeah.
Well, Jules, I will. You're right. I will. Jules is a different question.
Yeah.
Okay. I will.
I think what's gonna tip me over the scale is the efficiency bundles on the loops, because I actually would be very excited to speed up some of those loops if the values of the currencies that are in those strong boxes is actually valuable. That's my tipping point, because I don't need a good speed up on artifacts. I'm good there. I don't need another ship to help me with this loop. I'm good there. What's going to help me is speeding up the other loops. And if that does help me in a significant way, I'll pop $100.
Okay.
I'm certainly not upgrading the ship, but I'll pop $100.
Do keep in mind.
I'll tell you day one.
Well, do keep in mind, those efficiency bundles are not, and this is a silver lining. All right, let me be very, very clear on this piece of it. The efficiency bundles are not dependent on the tier of the Squall. They are dependent on the tier of the loop at which they are from. Revenant tier, generational tier,
still here.
protector tier, NX01 tier, relativity tier. These efficiency bundles are based on their own loops. These are unlocked on tier 1, but these are based. And so I would agree with Jules, especially this one. Relativity, guys, I am all in on the relativity. I love the relativity. I mean, I'm in love with it. I am so focused on it right now. Like, it is the next ship that I want to max outside of my junker. I love it. So we're going to find out. What do these bundles cost? Well, if you take a look in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, you can see that indeed looks like Epic Transigen. So we already know that you're not earning a whole lot of this every single day, We're earning 50 a day. And we also looked at the lockbox, which cost 26. So there's half of it. Now, we don't know what these are going to cost, but how much they're going to cost, but we do know that they do cost Epic Transigen. So, Jules, that's another thing. I really want to see the cost-benefit ratio here, because if it costs more than 25, well, then I'm out. All right, let this be a warning to game design right here. If I can earn 50 a day through engagement, I'm not even earning 50 a day. That's a double pull. Oh, my dear God in heaven, that's a single pull.
Divine, that's not what you were saying earlier. Don't even try.
Oh, Jules. It costs 20. You get 25 a day, and the lockbox costs 26, which means there's nothing left for these things. There's nothing left for these things until you can double pull your Epic. Oh, that's a problem for me. Are we confident in these numbers, Jules? I feel like that's a problem for me. Oh, Scopely, that's a problem. If I can earn 25 a day with a single pull, either that or you're going to have to dramatically modify the double pull. I understand that it's stretch. I'm cool with that. I'm fine with that. But you do have to fuel your core progression, which is indeed the strong box. I'm totally fine with that as well. I'm fine with the cost here. But for it to be 100% to 100%, that means you're leaving nothing for these? Ooh. I will read the disclaimer. Thank you, Broken Wolf. Footage has been taken in a test environment. Values, names, and final graphics may differ on launch. Scopely, they better be different. No, Joe Mobby, you're saying choice. Choice. I get that. Here's what I want. If you want to talk about choice, here's what we should have here on day one. If I buy the ship, this number needs to be 50. You want to know why? Because I can single pull it, I get 50. And then I get to pull my lockbox one time, and then these can cost 25. On day one, I should be able to get my core box of progression, my strong box, plus one of these wonderful, amazing efficiencies. And I am going to say beautiful and amazing efficiencies because I relate these to the X-Borg efficiencies. I have no reason to think that they won't be the same. I better be able to get one. At the very least, I better be able to get one on day two. I better be able to get one.
Can I course correct you on those? Yeah, can I course correct you on the X-Borg efficiency bundles?
Please.
Yeah.
Because when they were launched, they were also useless. And I'm gonna throw this in the circle.
You're making me growl.
I gotta say it's more like the mirror universe efficiencies. I mean, it shows the little cluster of resources in the bottom there. So I don't think that like it's giving you parts for those ships necessarily. It's giving you the stuff for the other stuff.
Oh, you're so
Correct.
right.
So
Yeah,
here's
are.
what I'm showing you. Day one launch. Well, not day one launch, but when these export efficiencies launched, they gave you, for instance, I'm just going to zero on Fuchsia for no reason in particular. Even if you had a max Fuchsia, it gave you enough concentrated latinum to pull nothing, and enough raw latinum to pull nothing. So then they came back and not only tenfold the concentrated latinum, but also threefold the raw latinum for the Fuchsia. So that's a bad sign. If they designed it based on the export efficiencies, and if the values that I saw during the playtest hold true, they will need an adjustment like they did in the export efficiencies. That's all.
So it's okay that we can't pull them on day one, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that
because they're not going to be worth it anyway.
Yeah. And yes, Carissa is right. There will be direct ship part acquisition. Can I tell you a little secret, Carissa? This is a leaky secret. When I was looking at the NSA Protector, and I was looking at my next component, and mind you, these bundles are based on your tier. So theoretically, they're based on the ship that you have. It would take me 123 days to get one component if all I was doing was pulling that efficiency bundle. And I understand it's a little drip. It's a little drip extra, a little more of the materials, a little more of the loop currency. It's not supposed to replace the loop right away. It's supposed to help you aid the loop. But 123 days before I could upgrade one component from that drip is not acceptable.
Come on. I am nothing if not dramatic, Polish Prince. I mean, come on.
So true. Actually, we're a show built on drama here.
Yeah. Come on. I'm doing exactly what you guys would expect of me right now, okay? Yeah, you're right. If we come back in here, you're 1,000% right. NX01, it's giving the parts. It's giving the yield from the loop, just like Xborg. It's not giving parts. Although this one looks like it might be giving spheres.
They're all giving parts. They are giving parts. I want to correct that. This is not Xborg efficiency where it's only giving loop currency.
Okay.
It's an improvement because it's giving direct ship parts. It's just not a significant amount. Now, I will also caveat, you said this earlier, that you saw some data that it was an increased amount from what we saw in the playtest.
Correct.
What I also say is that the research tree is 70% different than what we saw during the playtest.
Yes.
And some of that is in direct reply to the advice given by the content creators and the mods that were active in the playtest and giving feedback back to the company. And the designers that were there, the live ops teams that were there, they were all there. They were hearing our direct feedback, and it was loud, and it was, this is crap and this is good. And they took that advice and they made drastic changes.
There have been drastic changes. I will go so far as to say, that this is probably the most that we've ever seen them change between playtest and Arc launch, because this research tree is probably 40 to 50% redone. All right. I'm not even kidding you when I tell you that at least 6 or 7 of these nodes have been completely redesigned since playtest. So again, and I said that earlier, that is huge kudos to the design team, because I know that they're working on crunch time. There's arguments on the other side of that, but they did a good job at reiterating based on the feedback that was provided to them. So I will praise that. All right, last minute or two.
It was less than a month, because we did the playtest last week. So not only did they take our advice, they made adjustments.
They did it quick.
They corrected the in-game. They made a recording of that. Then Beck made a video. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Like that is a quick turnaround. They are very responsive to the content creators' advice, and that's good to hear and good to see.
I will
Dude,
agree
Jules,
with that.
we can't be positive here. Like that's not allowed.
Yeah.
We have not been allowed to be positive.
We're drama. We're both positive and negative at the same time.
Yeah,
It's
that's
drama.
right. We can do it. All right, guys. We are now well past my hard out time. I was even going to hang out on Twitch for a few minutes, but now we're out of time on that. So
cheers.
Yeah, cheers. Questions on Flashpoint Part 2, and I'm going to go ahead and get ready to wrap the show here with this. Broken Wolf says, sounds. Yeah, I'm going to close the podcast. Wow, that's loud. I'm going to close the podcast, and then we'll hang out here on Twitch for just a moment or two. I'll turn on the sounds. We'll hang out for a minute. Officers, I'm not allowed to release to you yet. Sorry, C Engineering. I'll give you more on that later. Yeah, in the meantime, we'll get ready to wrap up the podcast. Don't go anywhere, though, if you're in the live studio audience, because we're going to hang out for a couple of minutes. I'm going to turn everything back on. I do have to give you an opportunity, at least the opportunity, at the second hype train of the night, Tarpy, because you guys already knocked out one tier 10, and I promised an opportunity at a second, so you guys can get a bingo square. Visit our website at TalkingTrekSTFC.com to link on over to our Twitch, our YouTube, where we got some shorts, over here in our Discord, and in the live studio audience, you get a chance to come in and hang out. We're playing August bingos for a chance to head to Hawaii for the first ever content creator Iron Chef cook-off competition. Pretty excited about that. More details will be in upcoming content. We'd invite you to go and check that out. Also, there is updated merch. We're actually getting ready to launch a couple of new pieces of merch this weekend. If you go into the Discord, it's question mark merch, or if you're in the live studio audience, exclamation point merch, for you to go and check out our brand new merch store. Also, Studio B back tomorrow night. Be sure to check that out. But if you can't catch it live, that is quite all right. We've got live studio replays of Studio B and our Patreon. Visit our website at TalkingTrekSTFC.com and click on over to our Patreon to become a member for as little as $5 a month, and Studio B access starting at only $14.99 a month. We appreciate all of you guys hanging out in the audience. My name is UltimatDJz. Thanking you so very, very much for being a part of our live studio audience. We will see you back here this coming weekend as we continue to prepare for Flashpoint Part 2 and Strange New Worlds Part 2 with a couple of new officers, a new ship, and at least 2 more loots for us to focus on with our loops and the toops and the ship farts and all. My name is UltimatDJz. I'm your friendly neighborhood cat person. Say meow for now. Love you, minute. We'll catch you on the next one. Good night, everybody. All right, and we're off pod now, so I can come back in and say hello to our YouTube and Twitch audiences. Broken Wolf doesn't like the font. Tarpy, Broken Wolf doesn't like the font on the closing screen. Gosh, why do we have to argue about things like a font? Why do we have to argue about a font? That's ridiculous.
Because you're wrong.
All right, I'm going to go in. I'm going to turn everything back on. You guys ready to do your thing? I'm sure this is going to be outrageous. Turning overlays on.
Are we going to be here for like 3 more hours?
I don't want to be.
I don't want to be here for 3 hours.
I don't want to be.
Well.
Why?
Did you miss your heart out?
I did miss my heart out.
Cheers.
Oh my God. Heart notification, Jules. Heart notification.
I missed my my heart out. Yeah. So let's see. Let's
cheers.
Cheers.
I need another beer.
That's 2.
All right, guys. Let me go in and say a couple of thank yous. We got the follows are catching up now on Netu. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. We also had Shelby with a gifted sub. Shelby with another 10 gifted subs. Lost him with 10 gifted subs. Gator Girl, thank you for the follow. What's going on? Welcome in to a new audience member. Gator Girl 1975, thanks for the follow. Let's see what else we have up here. KJ, thank you for your bits. Jules Verne dropping a gifted sub to First Squad. How did Squad not have one? How did that even happen, bruh? Queen Rach, thank you for your 10-month resub. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not the 13th ranked content creator, Cruzito. Jiminy Christmas. Squad says I'm going to go make a drink. Well, okay. That'd be fine. There we go. All right. Do we have any other questions?
I will. Stickers on?
Yeah, stickers are on. I will answer questions or anything like that you guys might have in the chat if you guys want to do that while we're waiting. If you guys don't want to do another hype train or anything tonight, that'll be fine. We don't have to. I just was giving you the opportunity because you already hit one for tonight, and it is a bingo square if you guys end up hitting a second one in the same show.
That pisses me because I wanted more balls.
There you go. Karkin is getting excited about that. All right. I do have some stuff that I could do in the game. What time is it? Ooh, 6 minutes till dailies. Have I done those? Probably not. No. Why would I have done?
Treasure train. Ew. It's too late for this.
Oh, hell. We're going to be here for a half hour.
Damn it.
All right. Treasure train, everybody. Which means, by the way, what makes the most sense is to do the bits up front, get to level 5, and then you save 35% off gifted subs. I will blow anything you ask me to blow.
Do the bits up front is what he says.
Yeah, do bits for the first 5 levels, and then after that, you get 35% off on your gift packs of subs. What did I say? Did I say something silly? I guess maybe.
You would never.
Thank you for your 100 bits, Manxman. Broken Wolf, thank you for your 100 bits. Sherlock Holmes, thank you for the 33-month primer. Appreciate that very much. That's right.
Exactly, Mini Shaman.
How much did I get rated for? Am I being rated? No, I'm not being rated. Don't scare me like that. Look how peaceful I am. Look how peaceful I am. I still have my ceasefire shield from 2.5 days ago. Captain Bull is horrified right now. Captain Bull's going to fire me. Like, I can't believe you haven't killed somebody in 2.5 days. KJ, thank you for your 11 kitty bitties. Appreciate that. Yes. So I finished.
You lied to me.
What? Wait, what? I didn't lie. What are you talking about?
You said you were up 68.
When did I say that?
Like half an hour ago.
Okay. Well, I forgot because I finished ops. I finished ops to do my material event today. I actually built a couple of G5 ships. I don't know how you guys do that. All right. I don't know how you guys. It's so bad. Okay, I couldn't do it. I built like 3 G5 ships and I had like 6 million points. And I was like, okay. Yeah, piss on it. By the way, that's exactly the option that we should have. Okay, that's the option we should have. I got tired of it and then I started doing real progression. So I finished my milestone there.
Lost in.
Lost in. Thank you for your 1,000 kitty bitties. Appreciate that. Sniper Time, thank you for 100 kitty bitties. And Venadia, 500 kitty bitties. Thank you. Are you saying that sound alerts have not reactivated yet? Let me double check and make sure. They look like they're on. Somebody want to give me a channel point sound alert just for good measure? And in the meantime, I'll go. Oh, no. We just had the blow anything. We just had the blow thing, right?
You're the best. Give me hugs and kisses.
To be fair,
no. There's like 8 now.
Well, hang on a second, though. I don't see any danger. I don't think it took your bits. Here's what I'm going to show you. This is my sound alert. Here's my sound alert thing. So here was from 2 hours ago. There was a Moopsie. DJz loves the D 2 hours ago. That was from IJ. I'll play that one because
I personally love the D.
We were in podcast form during that time. Here was Shelby told me to sit down and be wrong. Thank you for that.
You are wrong. Just sit down and be wrong. You are wrong.
Broken Wolf told me to undo, which I think was the last one we played. That was 3 hours ago. We're at 3:48. That was right before we started. Undo. So on the podcast. Then that was it. Karkin, below anything, and then yeah, there we go. So it probably did not take your bits then, Lost In, fortunately, because it's not showing on my dash panel. All right, so at least it didn't charge you for it. I will also
Can I be
refresh.
slightly mad about an event?
Yeah, sure. What event? Where's the anal glands? Oh, come on.
It is currently the anal gland of events.
Okay. We are 2.5 minutes left. Level 2 on the hype train, 45% through. If you guys want to keep pushing on that, thank you so very much. Appreciate that. Let's take a look at events, Starpy. What are you fussy about?
Well, you won't see the event because you are Syndicate 55.
Oh, I know.
There's a yeah.
Yeah.
So tell me what you know.
What I know is that the event is only for players. The Lost In. Thank you for your 1,000 kitty bitties. Appreciate you. The event, Jules, you probably have more information on this because you were very loud about it earlier today.
I am loud and I have heard nothing.
Yeah, they haven't said anything.
I've screamed into the void.
Syndicate 55 Plus do not have any version of a Syndicate advancement event, not even the Armada thing or whatever. There's nothing. Syndicate 54 and down have a Syndicate advancement event. Syndicate 55 Plus have nothing.
So what's the asterisk next to the Syndicate 54 and down milestones?
Well, I don't know. I don't have the event. I can't see that either.
Okay, so they at least tripled the milestones.
Oh, no, they did not.
Yeah, they did.
Milestones are always based on packs.
Yeah,
there's your pack tab in it.
Okay, is it still possible to get the first milestone?
It's Jules.
Go for it.
No.
Because I can't see it, so I don't.
Yeah, we don't know.
It's 750 million.
What?
So it's
for the first milestone?
Or it was really high. It's in Talking Trek chat. Let me go look.
Hold on. 700.
It was in there.
750,000.
750K.
Okay.
750K.
750K.
So
that's very doable first milestone, guys, because you get 5 points plus your daily counts is 2. That is doable.
That's actually not. No. That's not doable. That's a stretch because an average player who is, I'm going to say, Syndicate level 54.
But it's also not a 24-hour event.
Would get quarter
it's a 48-hour
per
event.
day. Would get $250,000 per day. Meaning if they were.
Let Jules finish.
I'm your average player.
I don't know who's actually talking.
Austin.
But shush.
No, it's
Continue,
Putz. Putz was talking. No, Putz was talking. Go for it, Putz.
No, I just wanted to say that I am Syndicate 54, and I have completed the second milestone of that event today on day 2.
Boom shakalaka.
So you got 1.5 million.
Yes.
Okay.
Just but doing my normal pulls.
Remember, it's not 1.5 million Syndicate, guys. It's 1.5 million.
It's divided by 5.
Okay, well, I just did the math. That's only 150,000 Syndicate. That's doable.
So what we're looking at is double the milestones that were previous, right? Because before it was 7.5 million for the top milestone. Right now it's 15 million for the top milestone.
Okay. Listen, nobody needs
wrong.
Yeah, that's fine, but everybody in the chat is saying that they're fine. Okay, Riskbreaker says it's fine. Mad Rock says it's fine. Squad says it's fine. Pud says it's fine.
Okay, then it's still not fine that Syndicate 55 Plus didn't get it.
That's agreeable.
There we go.
There we go. All right, there we go. All right. But yeah, Syndicate sourcing has expanded. If you're 54 and below and you can still get the first milestone or 2, then I'm good with that. That's the way it kind of always was. So that's completely fine. What is not fine, all right, is that 55 plus used to have an Armada event. Now there's nothing. All right, now there's absolutely nothing. Albert says it's not fine. What's not fine?
Are we in After Dark? Are we in After Dark mode? Can I curse?
Sure, Jules. Hold on. I'm going to turn the music down. Go ahead, Jules. What do you got?
Because fuck this noise. I've had a lot of hard outs right now. Here's the thing.
I love you, Jules.
You knew this was coming. You knew this was coming. You knew that you had to adjust a syndicate level 55 plus players event to something that wasn't Armadas, to something that was syndicate progression. And guess what? You designed it into the Vengeance unlock. Who cares? If you're not Ops 70 and you're above syndicate level 55, you're just screwed. That's messed up. That is, you knew this was coming and you specifically decided to end an event without a replacement. That's messed up. Fuck that.
I love you, Jules.
Hell yeah, Jules.
Woo! Damn! Okay. All right. That's awesome. Okay. Woo! Preach! Chat's loving you right now. Tarpy, thank you for your 200 kitty bitties. Appreciate that. Lost in 200 kitty bitties. Lost in also dropping 2,000. Manxman dropping 1,000. Where are we with this hype train? We've got 30 seconds. We're halfway through a level 3. We're 6 subs away from resetting the timer and going to level 4. Once we get to 5, then you get 35% off your subs. And we can stick around for a little while for the level 10 if you guys want to stick around for that. We're going to stay until the hype train ends, and then we're going to call it a night. So as long as you guys want us to stay on the air, you got to keep that clock rolling. Jess and Sandy, thank you for your 200 kitty bitties. Appreciate that very much. Doug dropping 200 kitty bitties. Thank you. Fives, what's going on? Amber fully approves of Jules Verne After Dark. We're going to have to get a new logo for you, buddy. That's what we're going to have to do. 56% through, and that's going to end the train right there. Thank you. Chief Boo says, I hear a 24-hour stream. Nope, not tonight, because we just let the timer run out on a tier 3. All right. Do we have anything else that you guys have questions on, need to talk about, or vent about? Jules, is there anything else that's kind of pissing you off tonight?
No, I'm good.
Because we've passed our heart out.
Drink.
Cheers.
Oh my god, I got it. Oh, okay. Oh my god, DJs, what did I say I needed for actually making your electricity turn on? I needed a giant button, right?
Yeah, you got a button. I'm going right now. I'm going.
Hold on. Look at the emote that I just got for the bits.
What did you get?
I did. Just hold on. Wait for Discord.
I can't. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Discord.
Okay, you
look
DM
at the
me.
button that I just got.
Button mash emote unlocked. She literally has a button that's going to end stream. Like it's. All right, we're going.
I could just make you raid out whenever.
No. We're going. We're going right now. We're going right now. Oh, look at that.
So,
the counter's not working. Why is the counter?
You poor man. Okay, so Red, I am hesitant to do a lot of everyone tags when DJz is not actually streaming on his own channels. So that's why I didn't What are you doing with that finger?
I was just tickling. I was trying to get it to.
Was it a taco?
I was trying to get it to update. There it is. 278. Nice. Liking it. The counter doesn't like scene changes, apparently. Yeah, I would concur. Ultravetica says, I love it when bosses... What? Okay, don't read that one. Got it. All right.
Oh, wow.
Won't read that one. Whew. Are we ready to raid out? Are we ready? Is there anything else you guys want? We're 67 minutes past my heart out.
Oh my god! I want what?
Yeah, it just makes all the balls slap against each other. Thank you, IJ. Appreciate that. Lost In says we need a Jules sound alert. I'm probably going to make that.
Yes.
I'm probably going to make that.
Yes.
I will. I'll make that.
Good.
All right. Major Samo's online. Is that where we're going? We haven't rated Samo in a while. She hasn't been on. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like that's where we got to go, right? Tarpy, no alerts. Yeah, no, the alerts are on. The alerts are on. Everything's good with the alerts.
No. What he's asking about is the the chats that we had while you were on vacation or in San Diego. I'm hesitant to do everyone tags when we do those because I don't like spamming everyone.
Oh, you should totally do it.
Okay.
Yeah, you should spam everybody. If you're doing a show, you got to do a show. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to do a show, add everybody. All right, so Samo's getting ready to end. She's only been on. She's only been on for 6 hours. She can't be ending yet. I'm just kidding. She's been on for 2 hours. She get ready to end?
Okay.
You know what? That's fine. We're going to go anyway.
I do not regret that slap ass.
We're going anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, we're headed over to the Major Samo. I want you to go over there. I want you to be kind of crazy. She's got 45 seconds left on the hype train, so I'm going to send you over there fast, all right? My name's UltimatDJz. Thank you guys so very much for hanging out. I love you. I mean it. What did we decide? Am I doing a show tomorrow or not?
I don't know. Whatever you want to do.
I am going to wake up and I'm going to...
and then do stuff on Sunday.
I'm going to do production. Yeah, I'm going to do production tomorrow, okay? That's what we're going to do. Okay, we got to go. Go take care of Samo now. Love you. Bye.